that awful moment when and you hear the end of the Wake Island theme, which makes me really depressed. Anyway, hello everyone and welcome to another weekend at LokaCola after a short hiatus. I apologize for that. I'm joined here today with Prentice1215.
Back for the best, the sequel to the best-selling World War of all time. Here we go. It's World War II.
Oof.
Sure to cause more civilian casualties and more property damage than ever before.
Oh no. And we're also joined by Daxter Corp.
I don't know how to respond to that last thing. I really don't.
I don't think
It's
anyone.
history. Look it up. Read a book.
I mean, I know that happened, but I don't know how to. I don't know. World War. Tokyo Drift.
Yeah, let's go drift tanks.
To paraphrase my favorite NPC character in Oblivion, buy a gosh darn book. So yeah, we're gonna play some Battlefield 5, and it's been a long time coming since the three of us have been playing through the previous Battlefield games.
I love how we
on the
unintentionally
PS4.
started this.
Yes, and it really was unintentional. Because we started playing 4 because, well, it was all quarantine and summer, so why not go back and play something like Battlefield 4. Then Daxter ended up getting Hardline, and we also played that because that was sorta kinda in the same territory. And at that point, you know, it was just Battlefield 1 as well, and about
the same time, Daxter also picked up Hardline. I picked up 5 because it was on sale for like 15 bucks.
Yeah.
So that kind of made all. So there's a lot of coincidences and serendipity that kind of made all of this possible.
Yeah. So we really have done an unintentional. I don't know. I guess road to Battlefield 6. It's not exactly a road to Battlefield. Well, actually, I suppose it could be a road to Battlefield 5. But anyway, of course, as we've been playing the different Battlefield games, we've talked about them, and also alluding a lot to Battlefield 5, and so this really is like the culmination. It's the finale, the grand finale.
Battlefield Endgame.
Yes.
Just not as long.
Well, depends on who you ask.
Not the game being actually playable. I mean, the story. I don't know. It could. Ooh, this is actually perfect.
I have actually not been here yet.
This is a good map. It's not my favorite. I think my favorite is either Wake Island or Solomon Islands or Pacific Storm. I really don't know. They're all really good.
Basically all the Pacific maps.
They're like fantastic. They're made for this game.
Well, that makes sense because in order for them to be in the game, they would have to be made for this game.
I meant to fit the gameplay style. You switch owner.
Well, that may actually be a good starting point because before that.
What the heck! Right off the bat, I spawned next to an enemy tank. What's going on?
And I'm
there
still
was
in the
3
loading
enemy
screen.
tanks.
Yeah.
I spawned and there's 3 enemy tanks.
Welcome to Battlefield.
Yeah, welcome to Battlefield.
Also, look at some of the low poly models are fantastic in this game, and by fantastic I mean terrible.
Let's see, do I have the right?
So how are you enjoying the Switch, Prentice? Or what have you gotten for it, if anything?
Hold on.
Okay.
Oh, there's a lot of bad guys. I have to every time instantly think about, wait, which faction am I actually playing as? Can I call them the bad guys?
Well, well, this map, everyone always goes for F first. I don't understand it.
I think it... Well, it's because it's the closest to the spawns.
Yeah, but there's 2 spawns. Like, why isn't...
Yeah, but both spawns are pretty close to F.
Okay.
Okay, sorry about that. I am back. I was in communication with Sushi because he had not received the invite to the TTV PSN community Discord.
Oh, I thought he did.
Oh, come on!
I don't know how to get
The
that
parachutes
from
in this game only work like a third of the time.
No, they don't work. They don't activate. I hope they fix that in 6. Or future installment, whatever it's going to be called.
Ah! Plane!
No. Wait, I have a big machine gun. Where is it?
So yeah, so I was sending the link to Sushi because you put that in the main chat a couple times and it tends to get lost a bit.
Okay.
So I just went ahead and sent it to him in a PM so that way he would just have the direct access.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, for some reason I thought we got everyone.
I checked and Sushi was pretty much the outlier. We've got everyone but him at this.
Dang it! I feel bad now.
Well, that's the point of the Discord server now.
Yep.
Yeah. So we don't end up with this
now.
Yep.
Thanks, PS5 update.
Yeah, I don't understand it. I don't get any of our messages. Like, the only reason I found out was because today was my dad was playing Destiny 2 and he saw the notification and told me.
I was talking. So Loka and I played this for a little bit off stream last weekend because I needed some things explained to me.
Okay.
So we talked about this a little bit last weekend, but I love that some of the plants here on the Pacific maps are straight up from Scarif and Battlefront 2.
Oh, they are?
Oh yeah. Like where are you? Spawn on me. Yeah, see these plants? See these plants right here? They're straight up from Scarif and Battlefront 2. The palm trees, these bushes.
Oh yeah, these definitely look familiar.
Yeah. You go to Scarif in Battlefront 2015 or Battlefront 2, and those are the exact same plans.
That's hilarious. I don't pay that much attention to small details like that. That's so funny. So how do you like the Switch, Prentice?
Did you just fall? No, wait. I thought you fell down the map.
No.
I didn't realize there was a cave.
There's a cave there, and there's a bunch of dudes at the end, so if you can, like focus fire them.
Scary Face is reviving me. Someone had face paint on, and he's right in my face reviving me. It's like, what? On your feet, soldier! We are leaving! I've been shot in the back.
Oh, ow. Stop it. Stop it. Hello?
Heresy. How dare you quote Call of Duty when playing Battlefield?
Exactly. Good quote is a good quote.
Oh crap, I'm sorry. I was just clearing it out and I thought there was one more guy there. I'm sorry.
This guy, yep, I was about to I was looking at our rando squad mate. He was sitting in an anti-aircraft turret and an enemy tank rolled up on him and he was unaware.
Oh
no. Drop sniper.
Oh, there's a tank over there.
Grenade.
And some... lots of grenades.
Oh, there's a guy up on the hill just lighting us up down there that are not in cover.
Come on. There we go. To go on that note, Heresy which just makes it even funnier than that the voice actor for Gas and Ghost actually is in the single-player campaign.
Oh, who is he? Is he Riley? The old dude from the first horror story with the...
Yeah, I don't remember his name, but yeah, that guy.
No, I don't either, because that was not a good mission. That was bad.
Gameplay-wise or story-wise? I have to ask.
Gameplay. The map was it was all stealth based, and there was no cover anywhere for you to hide behind.
There were some silenced weapons if you looked. Yeah, what did you think of that? What did you think of the characters? That was the one thing I enjoyed about that mission.
No, the characters were fun and well written, even if it was weird to be hearing Gaz/Ghost in a Battlefield game. Because in the opening cutscene, I didn't realize it was him. He just sounded like a generic British person to me. I think that was because, the opening cutscene is like in that jail or whatever, so there's a little bit of an echo, so it distorted his voice. But then when you get on the beach, he's like, alright, come on, let's take that ridge up there. I'm like, Ghost? What are you doing here?
He jumped ship before Battlefield friends did.
Exactly, yes.
Except to the other side.
They passed each other, actually.
Yep.
So that was a...
What's sad is I thought you were talking about Battlefield Heroes, I think was what it was. Hang on, I'm gonna go radio silent for a few seconds.
So there's a hostile coming up the tunnel behind you guys. There's two hostiles coming up the tunnel behind you guys.
Yeah, I'm throwing... Oh, that grenade did not get far.
My apologies. Doorbell and a barking dog. What could be better? Donkey?
Police sirens.
Whoop, whoop. Wait, wrong police, right?
Spawn,
wrong Battlefield game.
What are you doing? Spawn me, thank you, finally.
Oh!
I blame the game for that one.
Oh, that's a big explosion.
Thank you.
Somehow I survived. Just long enough to revive you, wow.
Come on.
I'm just running back and forth reviving people.
Oh, there's a tank. Can you,
Oh
if you,
yeah,
if you
I
get
see
Loka,
it, I see it.
I'm gonna run around and try to
I
disable
have
his
nothing
chat.
to use against it, of course.
Thankfully, I do. Ah, crap, it was a glance.
So I suppose that's kind of a weird angle to start with in a Battlefield game. I'm like, who plays Battlefield for the campaign? That being said, I am curious if you played further than, if any of you have played further than the first one.
We are losing A. I have not played further than the first one. I have gotten distracted by a couple other games. Okay, that is a enemy jeep. Okay, Sushi just sent me 2 Chinese characters. What?
What?
Hey, don't assume. It could be Japanese.
I suppose that's true, but all of a sudden there's just these Asian characters popping up in my notification tab on my screen.
Holy! Okay, I love his profile picture. That's so cursed. That's so bad. I hate that.
So one of the games I have been briefly distracted by that has stopped me from playing more story missions in Battlefield 5 is a game that's free with PlayStation Plus this month. And that is Just Cause 4.
Oh, not the one I thought of.
I was thinking of the other game.
So, I've played, I think, maybe 2 hours of Just Cause 4, and super boring.
Oh.
Which is not what I thought I'd be saying, because Just Cause 3 is a blast to play.
Yes. Okay. I don't know why there is something about 4 to 3 that is so disappointing. It is a bad game.
I think now it could get better, but I think the opening of 4 is just bad because here's what the opening of 3 is. You are standing on top of a prop single engine plane being shot at by anti-air cannons, and you eventually jump off said single prop engine plane and you ride a missile down to the ground. That is the opening to Just Cause 3. It's super fun, super super high energy. And and it's a great introduction into the game. It teaches you the controls very well, as opposed to the opening to Just Cause 4, which is just you pretty much just walking into a place. It doesn't really teach you the ropes of how to play the game very well, and in terms of graphics, it doesn't look any better than Just Cause 3 did, which that was a game that released in what, 2015?
Yeah.
And Just Cause 4 released in 2018, 2019, something like that. And there's been no graphical improvements whatsoever.
Oh.
Actually, in some ways, I think the game looks worse than Just Cause 3 did. And then there's no introductions, like who is this person? Were they in the last game? It's been years since I played the last game. I can't remember. And Just Cause is not a series known for its storytelling because that's in the name. It's just an excuse to get you to blow stuff up. Just cause. But the story in Just Cause 3 was there enough to where you were able to breeze by it and go, okay, I don't care about this. I'm just gonna play it for the blowy up sections. And the game knew that, so it didn't spend that long with story stuff. And when it did do some story stuff, it made sure to make it entertaining enough to keep your interest, or be parody enough. Like there's this one cutscene where the bad guy says, "Hey, you failed me. Here's a pistol. Shoot yourself in the face." And the dude shoots himself in the face. It's like that's kind of a parody of how bad guys will often kill off their minions. It's like usually like Darth Vader force chokes someone, or or a James Bond villain drops them into a pit of sharks or something. No, this guy just literally hands his minion a pistol and tells him to shoot himself. It's very blunt and to the point, and to a degree it's kind of parody that way, and I kind of like it. But so so far it seems like Just Cause 4 is trying to take its story seriously, which and it's not written well. So because it's a Just Cause game, so it's not really written well. So you're kind of going, okay, I've that's a problem. I drove my Jeep right up into it. I got my Jeep stuck in a trench right next to an enemy tank.
Oh no.
Oh.
So yeah, that's kind of disappointing. I mean, I think I'm going to go back to it, but it's low. It's pretty low on my priority list right now. I think I want to hurry up. I think I want to get through the platinum in Miles Morales, which basically at this point I just have to finish the game on New Game Plus. So.
Oh really? That's it?
So. Well, I also have to find the spoilers for Spider-Man 2018, but I also have to find the grave of Jefferson Davis and pay my respects there. But I think I'm going to hold
That's
that
easy.
off and let that be the last trophy I get, because that would be a nice platinum screenshot.
Yeah, that would be fitting.
Yeah.
So I think that will be the last one I get, but it's not going to be difficult to do that, especially since you just have to get through the story. You don't have to redo all the side quests or anything.
What's hilarious? What's hilarious about as soon as I saw what was it? Davis? Officer Davis?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I knew he was dead. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah.
As soon as I saw him,
yeah.
It was like, oh yeah, he's dead. He's dead. No man in any Spider-Man's life is safe.
Looking back on it, it's one of those things like, oh, I totally should have known this guy was dead. But I was not aware of who Jefferson Davis was as a character in the Marvel Universe. It wasn't until like 2 cutscenes later where it's like, oh, this is Miles Morales' dad. I'm like, oh, this dude's dead. I thought he was just a random police officer. And it's like, oh wait, this is the dad of Miles Morales. No, he's super dead. There's no way he's surviving this.
Oh, there's a guy sitting with a flamethrower in the supply closet of.
We're getting more. I don't see him. I'm gonna toss in a grenade there.
He's in the corner. He's in corner.
Oh no, shot from behind.
So you want to talk about polar opposites of video games? Spider-Man, Miles Morales, and Just Cause 4.
Well, good and bad, or parody and not?
As in good and bad.
Okay.
Because it's like Miles Morales, they know how to open a video game. The opening to Miles Morales is fantastic. It's probably one of the best openings to a video game I've ever played. It is so good. It just does a really great job reintroducing you to the Spider-Man 2018 world and the characters. And you know, it knows that there's a lot of people that are going to be returning from the first game to
cleared it out.
So they know how to swing around and stuff. But then they also, you know, kind of help refamiliarize you with it and teach you how to fight again if it's been a while and you can't remember. And then just the way they reintroduce the characters and everything, like the reintroduction of J. Jonah Jameson is hilarious and perfect. And
is he still doing his podcast?
Yeah, yes he is. But
those were some of my favorite parts of 2018. Like, I love J. Jonah Jameson as a character.
Oh, he's great. Yeah. But I suppose this is spoilery, but it's literally the first 15 minutes of the game, so usually that stuff is kind of
known.
It's kind of laissez-faire. You can talk about it. So the opening of the game is Miles and Spider-Man helping this is interesting. The police are called the PD&Y in this game But they weren't in the last game, were they? And they were the NYPD in the last game as well, so it's weird that they swapped it around. But so another thing, the Chrysler Building is also missing from Miles Morales. So I think there's been a couple things where they were not able to. They weren't able to reclaim the copyrights on some things. So it's weird how like the Chrysler Building is just replaced by a random skyscraper, and it's now the PD&Y instead of the NYPD.
I can't believe you can actually trademark 4 letters.
Yeah, so that's a little weird. But anyway, Peter and Miles are helping return all of the escaped convicts from the first game to the raft. Now that the raft has been rebuilt after the big prison breakout.
Oh yeah, Rikers, right?
In the first game. The raft on Rikers Island. So you're helping return all these inmates, and one of the inmates they're transporting is Rhino. And so of course, you know, a prison convoy is not going to make it to the prison unmolested, and Rhino breaks out of his cage, and all heck starts to break loose, and so Miles and Peter are chasing Rhino through the streets of New York. At one point, you as Miles are controlling Rhino because you're on top of him and you're using your webs to steer him around and stop him from pancaking people in a mall. And Rhino is bursting through walls and stuff, and the game cuts from gameplay to cutscenes instantly, no load time, seamlessly. It's like 1 second you're playing, then the next you're in a cutscene, and then the cutscene immediately transitions back into gameplay seamlessly. You know, there is no hard cut or anything. I feel like I remember in Spider-Man 2018 there being, you know, some fade in and fade outs from cutscenes on the occasion, but
yeah, there
are seamless transitions at times, but then there are also harder cuts at times. I don't think there are any hard cuts in Miles Morales. It is pretty much it's all seamless transitions. So I think it's something that definitely took a cue from God of War 2018 on that and how to transition from your cutscenes into your gameplay. But so you know you're smashing through walls with Rhino, and it cuts to J. Jonah Jameson's studio, and Jameson is wearing a Santa costume, and he's prepping for his holiday podcast stream, and he's rehearsing what he's going to say for his opening, and it's like, he's a menace. No, I say that too often. You know, he's trying to come up with all these things he calls Spider-Man, and you can see all his interns because you know you hear him yell at Jared all the time in the first game, and you can see all his interns in the back, you know, kind of starting to go, wait, hold on, do you guys hear that? What is that? and you can hear the thumping of Rhino getting closer, but Jameson is totally oblivious to it. And then boom, Rhino bursts through the wall with Miles attached to his back, and he says, "Sorry, Mr. Jameson," as Rhino bursts through the other wall and jumps back onto the street. Peter swings through and says, "Looking festive, JJ," and gives him a cocky little salute and swings out. And now Jameson has figured out what to say. "You're a feckless, incomprehensible menace!" as he shakes his hand in the air, and you can hear him yelling at you as it seamlessly transitions back into gameplay, and it's just this huge smile on my face as I'm playing. It's so good. If you want to know the story of Miles Morales and you don't have the game yet and you don't mind spoiling yourself, I've got a Let's Play going on my channel right now. Plug.
Oh wow, it's so shameless.
But it's so good. So it's so funny that within like 2 weeks of each other, I played a game that had one of the best video game openings I've ever played and one of the worst video game openings I've ever played with Just Cause 4. It's just hilariously.
And both are open world games.
And they are. They're both open world games. So it's.
Ooh, we can send in JB2.
Do it.
Sent in. I don't know if it's gonna hit anything though. Because I seem to never get hits.
Yeah, I do want to play that game. I was just going to wait on it. Not that it's just not a high priority for me personally.
Well, I mean, and the nice thing about it is that it is shorter than the first. It's not Spider-Man 2. It is Spider-Man 1.5, but it is the second chapter in the Spider-Man PS4 universe, and it's going to be super interesting to see what they do with the official
kind of like Tools of Destruction to Quest for Booty.
Exactly. There is that.
But with just more meat.
Yeah, because Quest for Booty is like a 3 to 4 hour game. It is not long. Where
you got him.
Some people were saying that Miles was not long. That was not long either. That's like, oh, you can beat it in like 4 hours, and it's like, how are you beating this game in 4 hours? I think there's 4 hours
difficulty.
of just cutscenes. I think there's 4 hours of just cutscenes that you can't skip through. So it's like, how are you? So it's like, now because Spider-Man 2018 is like what 25 hour game, something like that. Miles Morales is a 12-hour game. So I mean, there's meat to it. There's a lot of stuff there, and it feels like a full game. It's just shorter than the original.
Woo.
We did it. We won.
Hey,
we got
best squad.
top
Look at
squad.
that. I think me running medic may have helped with some of that because we stayed alive longer. Because that's a problem I've noticed in this game. That it's been a problem in other Battlefield games, but this one especially. Why does no one run medic?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Beats the world needs more medics.
Oh, okay. So, Prince, have you ever played Wake Island before? Like any Wake Island?
I don't believe so. No.
This is one of the best maps in any first-person shooter. Up there with Blood Gulch from Halo and Terminal from Modern Warfare 2/3. I just like 3's better because it doesn't have that terrible tile.
It's the cosmetic details are what get Dexter to like one version over the other. It's like, you know what you sound like? You sound like my and he's right behind me, so I know he's going to hear me when I say this. But you sound like my parents critiquing the size of the windows on a house that's in construction near our neighborhood. They go, oh, the windows on that house are just too small. Why do you care? It's just a cosmetic thing. It's not going to affect your life in one way or the other. Why are you?
Dude, have you seen that tile? It's black and white. It's this ugly black and white monstrosity. It looks terrible. It doesn't blend well.
Oh
No,
shoot,
but-
this map. Okay, no, I have played this map.
Okay.
I just wasn't familiar with the name. Yeah, no. And I will say I've only played on it once, but no, this is a fun map. I like it.
Okay.
It also has one of my favorite music tracks at the ending.
Oh yes.
I hate this so much. Why do you have to be right next to the spot that you want to jump into? Why can't you just be anywhere on the vehicle and hit square to enter it? Why did they move away from that?
Immersion.
Yes.
And then the animation to jump into it's just a waste of time. I don't need to be immersed so much that I watch my person open the door, get in the seat, put on their seatbelt, and turn the ignition key. I don't need that level of immersion dice. Just put me in the vehicle and let me drive it.
Yeah, I will say the level of detail in this game is pretty fantastic. Other than the aforementioned stupid getting into the vehicle thing.
Yeah, one of the things that they started in 1 that I didn't like either. We didn't talk about it. We didn't talk about it last time, and that was one of the things that annoyed me about Battlefield 1 as well. Is the stupid animations for getting in and out of your vehicle. We have all the flags. Holy cow!
Yep. Well, we always start off with all the flags, and then they'll drop down to.
Oh,
they
really?
generally level out around 500, unless they're really fast. Then they can recover. Okay, they're going for C, of course. This isn't 1943 or 42. You don't need to go for C. It's not that big of a deal. There are no planes.
you do get extra planes.
Oh, you get extra planes. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I really do not like having the planes locked to a in-class selection. I like getting in it myself. Though something I enjoyed about the other Battlefield games is you could kill a pilot while he was in his vehicle and then steal his car.
There's a reason that Rendazook is possible.
I'm going for D.
I'm just running around. I'm just trying to find a vehicle or something. Oh, that's just ammo. Oh, wait, there's a car. No, I'm gonna take it.
I drove into an explosive barrel.
Oh.
It did not kill me though, but in my effort to back up, then it got me shot.
The tank killed me! The friendly tank killed me by blowing up the barrel!
Oh, that's a certified oof moment.
I didn't even see you there. Dang it, sorry.
Yeah, so regarding vehicles, I'm mixed on the animations. I don't mind them too much, but that's also because with the way I play, I typically stay in the vehicle until it blows up. So I'm not really as affected by that. But I 100% agree with the vehicles spawning in from the spawn screen and not just being on the map. Like I why they did that at all.
Well, because the interesting thing about that is that kind of design philosophy started with Battlefront 2015 with all the tokens on the... Ah, I found him! He's in this bunker.
Yeah. Okay, good.
To your immediate right. Immediate right. On the ground.
Yep.
Yeah, so I'd like to apologize to all the... Hang on, let me check the view count. Probably viewer.
Well, it's 0 for now.
So I'm the reason why we were going to play last week, but I'm the reason it slowed down. So I got grounded for, I forgot one of my final papers for my humanities class. Like, completely forgot about it, and I had to write it out by Monday.
Nice.
I did it.
Oof.
Thankfully. So, I would like to apologize for that.
Well, I mean, it only caused a delay for this game, but for there not being a stream at all, that was completely on me, since I did come up with a few backup games. It's just that I just didn't feel like playing any of them. or even streaming. So I'm like, well,
Got him.
like, there's no point in doing it if I'm not really feeling it anyway.
Yeah.
So wait, hold on. Can you toss back grenades in this game?
Yeah.
Yep.
I was unaware of that because I just chucked a grenade down next to this guy and he threw it away from him. I'm like, what?
I just forget to actually do that.
Well, because it's not in a really convenient place, and the prompt is off.
Yeah,
it's like on the model.
Yeah, it's not like in COD where you have like a big button prompt, like throw back grenade. Like no, it's actually like the square button on the actual grenade that you can't really see.
The only thing I wish they'd fix: cooking frags in the next Battlefield.
Oh shoot! Oh shoot! Oh shoot! Oh shoot! Oh shoot! Yeah. See, if the stupid getting out of my vehicle animation is what got me killed there.
Ooh.
Because I'm totally defenseless, jumping out of my vehicle. If I just poof popped up, I might have been able to. I was surrounded, but I might have been able to get one kill or at least fire off a shot. But the way it works is it's like no, you're just stupidly exposed as you're and game. It's refusing to actually spawn me.
So that was my fault. I had the cool Swedish sniper rifle or Finnish sniper rifle. I can't remember. Anyway, it's an M2. We weren't getting away from that.
I got mowed down by a Riberals. So, if I recall correctly, Dexter, I think you started on the Norwegian story. Did you get any further after whatever glitch happening?
I unfortunately did not, and I want to continue it. I really do. Because, like, it's weird. The characters are actually well written. The last time that happened was probably Bad Company 2, in my opinion.
I think some people would say Battlefield 1. Actually,
yeah,
I think
the characters in Battlefield 1 were pretty well written.
Yeah, so like...
where did they hire all this talent? This doesn't
no
make
idea.
sense.
I think what helps is that they don't have to focus on making an entire game around these characters.
Yeah.
So if you were to compare them to characters in other video games, they may not actually be the most well developed characters. But since you're only going to be with them for maybe 2 hours, they don't have to be. They just have to be developed enough. And so unlike their character, like the squad, the one I always go back to is Tombstone Squad from Battlefield 4.
Oh, like, they were annoying.
Yeah,
they were
developed. They were developed characters, but they had the tendency to be a little bit annoying. And honestly, you thought Ramirez was bad from Modern Warfare 2. Wrecker, do this! Wrecker,
wait, that was two guys.
Wrecker, get on the zip line! It's like it's
yeah,
like that's one of those. It's like, why am I a silent protagonist? Why could I not?
Yeah.
Why could I not be speaking here? So that way there can be some back and forth. And although I do love the final choice at the end of the Battlefield 4 campaign because it's hilarious. Because it's like, why can't I sacrifice myself?
Yes.
I'm the silent protagonist. Why can't I sacrifice myself? And you're just sitting there. And you're basically just sitting there, trying to decide who do I give it to. And if you take too long, then your ship gets blown up.
And that's one of the win conditions. That is actually how you get one of the guns. I can't remember which one.
Yeah.
You have to purposefully choose no one.
Yeah, you just have to sit there and let your ship get blown up, but it's hilarious.
Yeah. It's like, yeah. I really don't know how they wrote that scene without even considering having an option to just sacrifice yourself.
Yeah.
Because I would totally have gone for that option if they had actually given me that.
Oh.
Yeah.
Where's the guy? I'm gonna blow him up.
Me. I killed him. He missed me completely.
Let's see if I can reach him. Oh, I can't. I was gonna try to blow him up with the stick.
I was playing Black Ops 3 last night with a friend. He had never played prop up before in like any capacity.
Oh gosh.
He managed to survive last round as the last guy as a
I got a
as
roadkill.
tree. Nice. As a freaking tree clipping into a house.
Oh, really?
Yes. Do they have prop hunt in Modern Warfare 2019?
No.
They do not, but they had it in Modern Warfare Remastered.
I remember they had it there. That's disappointing. That's a fun game mode. That's a fun, like, super casual game mode.
Yeah, that mode seems to flip-flop whether it's appearing or not, because it was in World War II, and I think I saw something about it coming to Black Ops Cold War, although I'm not 100% sure about that.
Do we even want to bring up that beast?
Haven't we already done it enough?
I mean, it's been released since we last talked about it, and it seems like there's a whole bunch of glitches. It's you know, it's not as bad as Cyberpunk, but you know, the game isn't exactly running well in all cases. So,
And the file size.
Oh gosh.
What's the file size? Stupid tank! Quit pushing me!
I don't remember the file size, but I know it was more than Cyberpunk 2077.
Oof.
With the day one patch.
We got a Sherman coming.
But if someone wants to correct me on that, be my guest. I could be completely wrong. Alright, D's clear. Never mind, not clear, not clear. I was Shermaned.
Hold on, I actually unlocked a good rocket launcher.
Oh, nice.
I got the bazooka. That's why I didn't have enough company coins for the shotgun, because I used it all on the bazooka.
That makes sense.
Oh yeah, it's good. You can actually
Also
change its you can change its range.
Oh, you can?
Yeah, hold down triangle.
Okay, that just swapped my weapon.
Yeah, you have to hold it down. They changed the fire rate weapon.
Oh, look at that!
It's a really weird change. Like, it's weird. I love and I hate some of the changes in this game. I love the fortification system. I have a love-hate relationship with the med pack.
Oh, because your health doesn't really regen.
It doesn't
like
regenerate. Yes.
It does to a certain part, but
it does
takes
the
a
50,
while.
and that is it. And medics, if you don't gun them down, they can stay in the fight for a very long time.
Whoa! That plane just exploded right in front of me as it was trying to take off.
Oh yeah, it's just sitting there on the tarmac.
Halo, no!
Oh! That actually hit and destroyed the thing.
Pretty crazy.
See if I can get over and do some reviving.
Oh.
Giving you a pat on the back.
I'm dead!
Oh no. I could only save one.
I wasn't fast enough to save the world.
I guess that was my Sophie's choice.
That's fine.
Listen to them, they're dying, R2. Curse my metal hands, I wasn't fast enough.
Oh, okay, speaking of Sonic. I'm sorry, that was what mine was in reference to. Super weird. Super weird, I know. Speaking of Sonic, guess who's getting another live-action movie? Or guess who's getting a live...
Sonic.
No, guess who's... I meant...
Wait,
Clifford the Big Red Dog.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I saw that.
They agree.
Yeah,
The day I saw that, I thought my friend was pulling my leg.
Yeah, no, that's one I looked at and it's like, is this real? Oh, look at that, it's real.
This had better be a dumpster fire. I will watch it. Only because I grew up with the show, and I think it will be terrible.
Yeah, see, I remember liking the show when I was a kid, but, you know, that was back when I was in kindergarten, so it's like, I'm not sure this is something that necessarily is going to translate well to a feature film, but I guess we'll find out.
Well, hey, remember, Dora made the transition kinda well?
Oh yeah, and Boba Fett was in it.
Yeah, that was weird.
I'm
pretty sure we're all caught up with. Are we all caught up with Mando?
Yep.
Before I say, okay, good.
Yeah, because Loka can actually watch it now.
Nice. Oh, there. Do you need? Never mind. Yeah, you can roll in this game. I just don't know how to activate it.
I think it's an automatic thing because I just fell from the roof and I automatically rolled. I didn't press any buttons.
Okay.
That dude's dead.
Also, is it just me, or is it about time that we actually got some different voice clips for, like, whenever I played this game and I'm the black guy, why do I sound like a white guy? That's always frustrated me. I want to sound like a black dude. Just hire 1 or 2 more voice actors, please.
Get me Keith David. I need Keith David in here, stat.
Yes.
Kevin Michael Richardson, get him on the phone.
Yeah, I mean...
it's always frustrated me, like, even in, like, Battlefield 1, when I'm playing as the Indian medic, I sound like just your average British guy. Hang on.
I think that rocket went straight over my head. Yeah, I mean...
What? Game!
What is this, Oblivion?
Game! I hit the button to spawn at C and I'm at A.
Did it get taken away?
No, no. C is totally still ours. It is 100% still ours, and the game just said, no, you're going to A.
Okay, yeah, I have experienced that.
And now all of you spawned at A. I guess we're taking B instead.
I guess...
Where the heck is B? There. Whoa.
Okay, so Apprentice, I don't know if you've said anything about this yet. How do you feel about specializations?
I have no idea what that is.
Okay. So this was their way of doing, like, making the gun yours. So if you upgrade it to, like, level 4, you get access to 4 skill points, essentially. And they can only be done in, like, a certain ladder progression style. Like it's some sort. It's like the best way I can describe it is run, run, run.
Too late.
That guy just got
3? No, 2. Like, so when you die, go to whatever class you're going to be and customize it, and then press X, and then go to specializations.
Thanks, team. We can spawn.
Yay.
It's not letting me move my cursor.
Oh, that's
okay.
annoying.
There we go. Finally. Like, we have an objective to spawn, and why won't you let me spawn anywhere?
I had no idea. Yeah, let's do this. Yeah, how would you describe specializations, Loka?
I guess it's like a upgrade tree for weapons and vehicles. Although, well, I suppose tech tree goes better for the vehicles, but it does work similarly with the weapons as well. So you have 2 different paths, like one... it's hard to me to think of any.
Oh, sorry, you guys are dead.
I can only think of the choices for the Xiaomi submachine gun, where either you go the path where you're getting faster fire rate and all that, or you go for the extended mag.
Yeah.
Like, things like that.
Watch out, sniper.
Where?
Sniper off to our, looks like west, kind of near A, off on the beach. There was some pretty heavy... Oh, never mind.
No,
a guy
I didn't
us.
get to use my stick. He ran me over.
Aw.
Come on, let me spawn. Spawn. Come on.
Ah! Okay, so this is one of the things I was complaining about when I was talking with Loka last week and when we were playing off stream, and I'm going to reiterate it here. I really don't like how it seems like some of the classes have been neutered a little bit, specifically the assault class, because Battlefield 4, if you could manage to outwit a tank and you had your full loadout, you could destroy a tank on your own with your rocket launcher. In this game, with your full loadout, it is an impossibility to destroy a tank. Because like I was just a second ago, I was outwitting that tank pretty well, and I was managing to stay alive. But I burned through almost my entire ammo supply. The only thing I didn't use essentially was my dynamite, and that's why it got me, because I had to charge them. So, but all of my bazooka rockets, my
I got it.
my anti-tank grenade, and that was, and when he killed me, the tank only showed that it was at 75% health. That is ridiculous. I don't know if my class has been nerfed, or if the tanks are just so OP in this game, or if it's some combo.
I think it's a class thing, because remember you had 5 rockets in Battlefield 4. You had 4 in Battlefield 1.
Oh no.
And now you have 3 for everything except for the bazooka, which will give you a max of 5. And even then, you have to go to an ammo crate to get that.
Yeah.
Making it an unnecessary trip just to go get something.
That's probably going to get you killed too.
Yes, I didn't destroy it, but I hit it with the stick. That's all that matters.
Yeah.
See, and so this is the thing I was saying with Loka, is like, I understand if they did that so they could try to encourage more teamwork in the game, because you're like, I knocked that tank's health down a little bit, then you guys came in and finished it off. So yeah, there's a little bit of teamwork there. But the problem is that you don't always get the opportunity to play with a squad of friends like this, where we're on comms, we're communicating. A lot of times you're just in a lobby with a whole bunch of randos and no one's communicating with each other. And they're not always gonna, you're gonna be in a squad of essentially a bunch of lone wolves where no one's ever working together. So that was the nice thing about Battlefield 3 and Battlefield 4, is that, yes, teamwork was the best way to win a match, to capture objectives and stuff, but if you needed to, because your squad wasn't communicating, working together, you could go full Call of Duty one-man army and destroy an entire tank on your own with the tools given to you.
Even though that was pretty hard with the... In my opinion, it was pretty hard. The scoreboard. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think a lot of people left and came in.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, I mean, it may have been difficult, but if you're a good enough player and you can figure out how to outwit a tank, then you could do it. Where in this game, it seems like that's just an outright impossibility. And that really irritates me. Because it's like, also, why change that?
Also, to add on to what you said, it also wasn't a total crapshoot whether or not you're going to get the kill on the planes. Because you could prioritize anti-plane, anti-tank, or a little bit of both if you use the AA mines.
Right. Yeah. So you could. So yeah. Exactly. And that's something that I've kind of thought about. It's like, but at the same time, it's like, well, it's World War II. They didn't have heat-seeking rockets at this point. So I'm kind of okay with. That I'm kind of okay with, because it's period accurate. Yeah. But then at the same time, why are there all these females running around? So maybe they should give us heat-seeking rockets to take care of planes, because there was not this many females in active combat roles in World War II. So maybe you could, if you want to do that, then maybe you could throw in a couple other inaccuracies and anachronisms, so that way to spice up your gameplay a little bit.
Well, to be fair, I do agree with one statement that they made about the female soldiers. It's better to be fun than historically accurate.
Right. So if that's the direction you're going, then give us heat-seeking rockets.
They did give us something. They did give us something for planes, but it is...
Yeah, the Fliegerfaust, or whatever it's called.
Yeah. It is very hit and miss, and it requires some strategy. I wish there was a better option. I just can't think of what that is. Using tech from that day. Like, because we have a freaking semi-auto sniper rifle. Oh.
What was that?
That was a plane.
Yep.
I know, but he didn't fire anything at me, and all of a sudden I'm dead.
Well, he dropped a bomb.
Did he drop a...
Yeah.
Did he drop a bomb? I didn't see a bomb on my screen. He flew over, nothing happened, and all of a sudden I'm dead. There was no explosion. There was no bomb drop that I could see from the plane. It's just all of a sudden I'm lying on the ground, I'm dead, and it shows, hey, this guy killed you. And it didn't show me that the guy had dropped a bomb either, because usually it's like, oh, he killed you with a bomb, he killed you with his regular guns or anything. No, it was just, oh yeah, you're just randomly dead. This guy somehow killed you.
Yeah. Also, is it just me or is it weird that I did a look back on how this game, like the road this game went through. Why wasn't the Garand in the original vanilla release?
It wasn't?
It wasn't. It wasn't until the Pacific like maps. Or in the Pacific and all that.
That's weird. Is it because America hadn't... No, the American forces were in the game at that point, weren't they?
Yeah, it traveled in 1945 in the later part of the story.
Well, I mean, because the Garand was like the staple of the American army throughout the entire war. It's not something that was introduced halfway through, right? So I mean, why wouldn't it have been in the game since the beginning?
I wouldn't be surprised if there were any like British or French soldiers who used it.
Yeah, I think it was just a case of them, since America wasn't in the game when it launched. It was just British versus Germany. So
it was annoying.
So I suppose that probably so that way you can like have the American soldier with the M1 gun, and it sort of makes sense. But at the same time, they did have the M1 carbine at launch, so I like they didn't necessarily seem to follow. Oh, that thank you. Follow a logic with the weapons anyway. And that's also the thing where, like at launch, the battles being featured were from the beginning at the war, but the STG-44 was in at launch.
That's not what I wanted.
Yes.
So it's weird. It's weird.
I would like to see an angle of like battles that weren't spot or that aren't talked about as much. I'd love to see wasn't that its original angle, but they kind of failed spectacularly at that.
Yeah, the game didn't really take off, although I don't like I've seen a lot of people saying that it's because they didn't have D-Day or Stalingrad at launch or like something like that, and to some to a degree I can agree with that statement. Well, there were probably some people that were like, the D-Day isn't in it. Well, that makes me less interested in it.
I'm sorry.
D-Day has literally been in every World War II video game ever.
Yeah, exactly.
But the Pacific's really weird. It's like it is and then it isn't for others.
It's kind of both and neither at the same time.
It's either you either get both or you get the Eastern or the Western Front, which is boring. It's just World War I, II.
It's World War II Electric Boogaloo.
Yeah.
So here's my question. We just said that D-Day's been in basically every World War II shooter ever. Has D-Day ever been a multiplayer map?
Yes.
Yep.
Has it? Okay. I know it's definitely been in the campaign stories of World War II games, but I was just trying to think, because what if Battlefield did D-Day but it was Rush, where that could be fun.
So there's this game
only in Rush.
Yeah. So there's this game on Steam called Day of Defeat. The World War II shooter. It was actually made in the original Half-Life engine, if you can believe it. And one of their maps was D-Day. It was like a Rush and a Conquest were the two flavors that came in, if I remember correctly. So it has been done before. I just can't tell you what games it's been a multiplayer map in, like, other than that one. Maybe Battlefield?
Yeah,
like one of the earlier Battlefield games?
I was about to say, I know for a fact that it's been in 1942 because I played that. and I do remember playing on that map, albeit with
Okay,
bots.
but I mean, 1942 came out in what year? Obviously not 1942.
2001. 2001, 2002.
It's been a long
old.
time, so I feel
like
I feel like they could have gotten away with like remaking, remastering that map in Battlefield 5, and and saying it, and it's only, and now that we're going to put Rush in the game permanently, it is only available in Rush. That would be super cool.
Yeah.
Yeah,
well,
it wouldn't really work with the standard Conquest format, I don't think. Because why would you go back to the beach?
Yeah. Ooh.
Oh, flamethrower!
But yeah,
I'm in a tank.
I've seen some people say, oh, because the game didn't feature the well-known thrones, that was because it failed. I don't know. To a degree, there were probably some people that got less interested in it, but I think, and like as Apprentice were talking about female soldiers, that a lot of people also say, oh, that's why Battlefield 5 failed, and because it had like inaccurate cosmetics in that launch, well, not launch trailer, the reveal trailer, which admittedly probably one of the worst reveal trailers I've ever seen, to be fair.
Oh yeah, no. It's so funny. I think I've been stating my complaints with this game, but overall I think it's better than Battlefield 1. But and it had this awful unveiling and a really bad reveal trailer and all this stuff. But Battlefield 1 is the exact opposite, where it had a great reveal and everyone was super excited for it, and then the game comes, I'm like, there's a lot of problems here.
Yeah.
I think for me, what killed it, because I originally got it around launch and my library had it, so I was like, let's try it out. What killed it for me was 2 factions only, no like even Battlefield 4
not enough content.
Russia. Yeah, not enough content. It had Russia and China as well, not just the Americans in China.
Yeah.
Should be okay now.
So it at least made it interesting in that form, and there was not any content. There's like a couple maps. That's it. And they were split between 2 playlists, which at the time I thought it was like big Conquest, like Conquest Large and Conquest Small.
Yeah, that's another thing that's weird is strategic and tactical conquest.
Yeah. They're the same thing. They're both synonyms.
I was about to say, they're synonyms. So.
That's also true. But yeah, to go back to the point I was getting to,
sorry.
Where did Battlefield 5 go wrong? Was it because was it because of that atrocious trailer and the women on the battlefield, or was it because it didn't feature the well-known battles, or I suppose not featuring the M1 Garand? And
so,
as I said, there were probably people that were turned off by those things, but I think there are 2, maybe 3 things that I think were the more bigger factors, and those were related to the gameplay, specifically the glitches that were in this game at launch, because it was in a weird state. If we're looking at previous Battlefield launches, it was not as bad as 4. I can tell because I got this game on launch and it was perfectly playable for the most part. But then the problem was that the bugs they had weren't really fixed for a very good amount of time, and there even came a point where I think it was around chapter 4 where it got even more bugs. Like, for every bug they squashed, a new one popped up, basically.
Yeah.
Which I suppose is classic DICE fashion in a sense, but the fact that the game was in a not super great state, and it didn't really get improved on until I think at this point the game runs well for the most part. There are definitely some. Oh no! I got bayonet charged. So I think that's one of those things where it just didn't. They didn't fix the issues they had, and the second part, and I think I've been alluding to this on multiple occasions. I think the second part for why this game didn't really, like, I suppose why this game failed was because of how the live service was handled.
Yes.
Because I'm not gonna go through like an entire here's I'm not gonna go through like here's like each like every type of content chapter by chapter or anything like that, because that would probably be too long. But the one thing I do feel is important to point out is that to compare this with Modern Warfare 2019, I know me and Prentice at least. I don't know about you, Dexter, when it comes to the live service aspect of that game, but that game handled its live service well.
Oh, it was great.
One, because it felt like a complete game at launch.
Mm-hmm.
And that's something this game didn't really feel like. As I said, it had a lot of issues with some
and
gameplay.
Modern Warfare 2019 had its own set of issues, but they weren't huge. It was basically people complaining about too many windows, the footsteps,
and camping.
Well, yeah. But that kind of tied that into the windows, and then also the fact that when you're on Piccadilly, the only automated call-out voice line is "Enemy by the bus." Which bus? It's a map filled with buses. So that got kind of annoying, but the game was totally playable and was working really, really well at launch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I would like to do a little rebuttal about the about why this game failed. Like, the one thing that went through my head whenever someone mentions, "Oh, the game didn't do well because of the controversy," the reveal trailer controversy. Who cares? Who really cares in the grand scheme of a game? Your uncle and your dad. The guys who read books about submarines. The guys who care about historical accuracy. That's literally it.
I actually have some hot takes about the historical accuracy in this game, but I'm gonna save it for later.
Okay.
To go back to the whole, this game didn't really feel complete because one of the glitches it had. Second, if we go back to the reveal, I don't know who I just saved, but I saved someone from getting bayoneted. So if we go back to the reveal, not counting the trailer, a lot of the things they were actually saying.
No. Oh, come on.
At the reveal actually sounded pretty neat.
Hang on.
So when they revealed the game, they said they said it was gonna have your standard multiplayer, and it was also gonna have the war stories. They also talked about co-op, and I think at the end they said, "Oh, we're gonna have some type of battle royale experience." So that's 4 modes, if you will, and only half of them were at launch. So there was
I forgot. Yeah, Firestorm was later.
Yeah.
No one cared about co-op.
Yeah, so you only had the multiplayer, which I don't remember how many maps at launch, but I think it was fine. Yeah, I don't remember exactly. But then with the war story, the game actually was missing one of them at launch. So not even the campaign was completely finished.
Was it the tank?
Yeah, the German one.
German, yeah.
And at first I thought it was, maybe they're doing the thing that I think some of us speculated that maybe they would do with Battlefront 2, of maybe having like single player missions as part of the post-launch support beyond the.
Remember when we thought that was going to happen on Battlefront?
Yeah, so that's what I was thinking with Battlefield 5 as well. And then they release the German ones with the first post-launch DLC. And then I completed it and I unlocked the epilogue. And I'm like, hang on a second, what? The game has been out for a month and I'm just now getting to the epilogue in the campaign? What?
Huh.
So
hang on, I'm dropping a flare.
So I think there was definitely something wrong with the content, and I'm honestly also suspecting that the development was rushed for this game. I don't have any concrete evidence for that, but there are a lot of little things that, when you look at it and then look at previous games, it kind of makes no sense why it works this way. Like weapon assignments, or I guess assignments in general, where you actually have to pick them.
That's one thing that does frustrate me. Why do I have to pick certain like why do I have to pick out only 4? Why can't I have them all in the back like I did with Battlefield 4?
Yeah, and 1.
Oh yeah, and 1 too.
Even one had.
Yeah, I just don't think I used it as much as I did Battlefield 4, considering how many cool weapons there were compared to Battlefield 1 and 4.
Yeah, and then when the game launched and it had its first post-launch season, it added 1 new map. And then for like half a year there was not a single new map, which was the one thing everyone wanted. That was when we instead got the co-op mode and Rush and Squad Conquest as limited time modes. One of them definitely didn't make sense as a limited time mode.
Who plays Squad Conquest?
I can actually build a tower. And then the Firestorm thing. It wasn't until 6 months after launch or something, or after the first DLC map, that we actually got more DLC maps. And by that point, things started to get better. I think we basically got a new map a month until the Pacific, where we got 2 maps just right out the gate. On the topic of Rush, that's also something that I feel they completely butchered, because again, look at Modern Warfare 2019. Yeah, they had a lot of limited time modes, but it's not it wasn't. We've removed, let's say, domination from the core rotation, and we're just gonna have that as a limited time mode, so you can only play it whenever we dictate you to. Or I suppose an even worse example, search and destroy. Imagine how many people would mode being limited time mode. And that's
all the sweats would have been outraged.
Yeah. And that's something like Rush as a limited time mode just didn't make sense. Like something like Squad Conquest, or different variations on Conquest. Like they had one called Conquest Grind, which is basically Conquest but only with 3 objectives. So the map layout is like no matter the map is actually sort of similar to Operation Metro, like it's fairly linear. Or something like Outpost, which is...
I actually just destroyed a tank.
Oh, nice.
I did not do it on my own, though. I shot a rocket after this dude charged it with a grenade stick. So again, I couldn't do it on my own. But anyway, continue.
They're taking B.
Where's B?
I'm taking G. So.
I'm gonna go give this guy the old what for.
Yeah, or something like Outpost, which is also like a sort of kind of a variation on Conquest, except you can spawn on the actual objectives, and but you can upgrade them so you get more recruits, which is the whole idea of that mode.
Outpost is super fun in my opinion. I really love that mode.
Yeah, it's like it's pretty decent, but again, like that's sort of like a variation on Conquest, which I was fine with having as a limited time mode. But again, like Rush, that's like
that's a staple. That's a staple of the franchise.
Yeah.
Don't make that a limited time mode.
Yeah, and
when did we get Rush first? Was that Bad Company 1?
Yep, it was Bad Company 1 that introduced it. In fact, when that game launched, it only had Rush as its multiplayer mode.
That's interesting.
Yeah, they added Conquest later as post-launch, as a free DLC actually. But yeah, so I think that like there's a lot of decisions there that I think made the game not really do well, and not like these to varying degrees, almost arbitrary reasons, like this game not having D-Day at all. It's like, okay, but you can play COD World War II in that case if you really want D-Day in your World War II game.
But at the same time, it's like, World War II, COD World War II.
True.
Yeah,
true.
I'm sorry. D-Day just isn't that fun, especially since how many times have we gone through it in a World War II game campaign alone?
All of them, I think.
Exactly, or a D-Day-like scenario in any military FPS. It's just boring.
Yeah, that's actually kind of funny because, of course, before this game was revealed, you kind of had two camps of people like, what should the next Battlefield be after one? And some people were hoping for a modern, like Prentice.
I was.
Yeah. And some people were hoping for a World War II game, which, I mean, that just makes sense.
But they feel silly now.
Yeah. And like, I was kind of like in neither camp because I wasn't really quite sure if I wanted another modern Battlefield game, because they had like 4 modern Battlefield games in a row, and that's kind of what made me drop out of the series for a while. But at the same time, I didn't really want a World War II shooter, because I assumed, well, it's probably just going to be the greatest hits all over again, and we just had COD World War II. But then, like, when they revealed it and we're talking, we're actually going to feature on the more unknown aspects of the war, like Norway and like bits of Africa, and I'm like, okay, I'm in. That's way more interesting for me. That has already seen
like,
D-Day so many times.
Yeah, why don't we ever, like, Africa was a pretty major battle zone, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That
definitely
I think it's more known for the tank warfare, which that's not me knocking against it. I'm like, sure, give me a map that is just tanks. It's like, but it's one of those things where it's like there's not a good mix of combat stuff there. It's like just a bunch of tanks shooting at each other. So like something like World of Tanks would definitely do that. But in a game like Battlefield, where you do have this mix of infantry and vehicle combat, it's maybe a little. The Call of Duty for sure. It's like that's definitely something you want to stay away from, because that is almost primarily infantry based. But Battlefield, I could totally see it working. It would just need a little doing, and obviously EA doesn't want them to be. They want them to get these things out as quick as possible with very little doing as possible.
Yeah, and do you want to know the funny thing? COD had already been to Africa.
I was about to say that. I think most of the World War II games I can think of that actually features Africa is COD games.
Yeah,
granted,
specifically
the old
two.
ones, sure.
Yeah, the
but
old ones.
Still.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean, so old COD is a far cry, and I'm not talking about the video game series.
Yeah,
from
yeah.
current COD.
That's also very true.
So I mean, because the last Call of Duty World War II game that really touched on anything outside of the war other than the Western Front was World at War from 2008. Because you had some Pacific stuff in there, and even when it did touch on the Western Front, it was from the perspective of the Russians, which is awesome.
Yeah.
So because no one ever talks about their perspective very much from our very American point of view. So but after that though, I mean with the way COD has become this giant juggernaut, they're not going World War II was never going to touch on any of that stuff because they gotta play the favorite.
Yeah.
And that's also a thing that makes me kind of even more disappointed. I don't think I ever brought it up when we talked about COD World War II on that one stream where I asked Prentice what he felt about the campaign. But because the whole deal with that game, of course, was we're going back to the roots. But for me, it was okay. But for me, a back to the roots World War II style COD is actually the one that features multiple fronts and not just the Western Front. Because I mean, even the first one, you played as British soldiers. I think it was SAS.
The OG
even.
Captain Price.
Yeah. And you had the Russian campaign, which, for me at least, even though they had the typical American campaign, I felt it was okay, but that's just 1/3 of the game, so that's fine, even if it's overdone. Although I suppose it wasn't really overdone at that time, but you get my point.
Well, now what's super interesting though is that so before the stream started, we were talking about the Game Awards a little bit and some of the stuff they showed off there, and all the awards that were given out. One of the interesting things about the Game Awards that was something that they showed off was the trailer for the new Medal of Honor game.
Wait, there was a new Medal of Honor game? Sorry, I was on the Smash Brothers hype train.
Yeah, so so the only thing though is that it's coming exclusively to the Oculus Quest, so it's not it's a VR game.
So literally no one cares except for
But here's the thing. Guess who's developing this game?
Who?
Respawn Entertainment.
What?
So the people that created Medal of Honor, that then jumped ship from EA to Activision to create Call of Duty, who then jumped ship back to EA to create Titanfall, are now back working on a Medal of Honor game. We have come full circle.
We really have.
That trailer, and judging by the trailer that they showed off, there is all sorts of different stuff going on in that VR game. There's stuff from the American point of view, the British, the Germans, the Russians. It's like they're touching on all and every aspect of this war. And I think the biggest problem with this game is that it's going to be a VR title, and no one's going to play it because it's a VR title.
Yep.
But it looks like they're putting a lot of tender love and care into this game, and because it's like, well, we haven't worked on Medal of Honor since 2002, so it's like let's try to make like the game we might have wanted to make back in the day. So it's really actually sort of kind of cool that it's happening, even if it is going to be stuck on VR.
I hope. So there was one World War II game that it didn't come out recently. It was a while ago that I actually enjoyed just because of how freaking crazy it was. It's called Dino D-Day.
Dino D-Day.
That one.
So imagine, dear viewers.
That was close.
Oh yeah, it really
the Nazis have dinosaurs. There's a freaking no, they have a T-Rex, and it is like this. It's think like the special. What were those things called? The Juggernauts, I think, from Battlefield 1. No, not Juggernauts. The armored trains and the Zeppelins.
Oh, Behemoths.
Behemoths, yeah. Think like that. It had one big health bar, and you had to take it out as the allies.
Imagine that scene from Jurassic Park, but with Germans in place saying like, "Say that again." Oh, we have a T-Rex.
It's so freaking crazy, and it's only $1 on sale. I had so much fun with that game. it was legitimately really cool to see something as stupid as dinosaurs in World War II.
So Dexter, I'm just now seeing some of the roles created in the TTV Discord server, and I see that one of the roles is I pre-ordered Anthem. I think that one's exclusively for PL, isn't it?
Yes.
Where is PL on this list? Hold on, I gotta find him. It's like, yeah, roles. I pre-ordered Anthem.
So I did that. I gave Lewis the Weeb one. I'm not sure what to give everyone else other than Loka, just Swedish, or you know what, even better, just call him Finnish. That was a.
You may have just made an enemy today.
Nah,
add him to the list.
I like the Finns. I don't think they like us very much, though. To be fair. Well,
to a degree, I kind of feel like sometimes that Sweden is Europe's Canada.
Yeah.
And I don't mean that in a derogatory sense. Everyone likes you. You guys are nice. Or you like, excuse me, you like everyone else because you guys are nice. Now by limited knowledge of Sweden, if that's true or not, but
they have really good Bionicle dubs. That's what I remember.
Speaking of which, I may have actually seen the face of the guy that dubbed him, and it's haunting my dreams. Because I like. Do you have like any type of like TV that starts on December 1st, and it's kind of like a TV series that has one episode every day until Christmas?
No, we have that
for like I think it's like 15 minutes every episode or something.
That's kind of interesting. I'd love to see what America would do, but get in, loser.
Well, I was trying to, but you know, I couldn't. I couldn't actually get in because you had to hit a specific button at a specific point on this vehicle instead of just looking at the hood and getting in.
Oh, one more. You want in? Buddy? Yeah. Does anyone have C4?
I have dynamite.
No, I have a stick.
Okay, drop it on the car if you can.
That's the Japanese.
So I've dropped it. I don't know if it's on the car or not.
It's on the car.
Okay.
And this is the second time I've been promoted this stream. And I have no idea how the levels actually work, because I assumed it would take a long time to level up past level 50, but for whatever reason it seems I'm just burning through. Oh no. Of course I throw the grenade back at the tree instead.
Yes. Okay, you know what? I take back one of my previous statements about the cosmetics. There is one that I absolutely hate, and I wish no game would allow it. Ghillie suits.
Bush Wookiees.
Yep.
No, let the Bush Wookiees live. They haven't been in a battlefield since the Bad Company days.
Yeah, but it's not. It's for every class, and it's dumb.
Well, that's fair.
I think it's fine for snipers, because at least you have glint on the long-range scopes, but whenever you're an assault trooper, yeah, no, you've lost any right to use a ghillie suit.
It's the real-life equivalent of just cheesing the enemy.
Yes. Yeah, no, don't, yeah, no, that... If you made it like every sniper class had it, I'd be completely fine with it. It's just, I hate it. Also, no specializations on sidearms. If you're gonna go all the way, just let me give my pistol a sight, or extended magazine, increased rate of fire, better control, something like that. Come on.
Where the heck are these guys? I'm trying to find them at E, but...
that
oh wait,
is the problem
over here
with...
I think. I heard some footsteps.
That is the problem with these,
Oh, tap the one.
I think I got him. Oh, there's another one,
Oh.
I was reloading, dang it.
I got it.
Okay.
So that's the problem with. See, for some reason, maybe it's because in Battlefront, of course, everyone's wearing some sort of bright color so you can see them through the bush. But in this game, it's like you can hide in these bushes and just completely vanish.
Yeah.
Where a stormtrooper obviously can't do that because they're wearing bright white armor that says "Shoot me."
Wait, can you even call that armor? I'm sorry, they die in one hit. That is not armor. That's just classic.
It depends on the type of blaster you're using. Like in Rebels, for instance, the weapons that the Ghost Crew has to use are lower grade blasters. So those stormtroopers are just really more or less stunned because the armor actually dissipates the blaster round. But then when it comes to later on in the Galactic Civil War, when the Rebels are more organized and they have better equipment, when Rebels are using stuff like the A280C, that armor does absolutely nothing.
I had no idea how fragile it really was until I watched The Mandalorian.
Oh yeah, it really is. It really is just plastic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure if you tapped on if you knocked on the Stormtrooper armor, and then you knocked on some Beskar Mando armor, there would be a difference.
Oh, I hit that guy with the rocket.
One squeaks, the other clangs.
Yeah,
I think that tells you all you need to know.
Well,
so that's one of my favorite voice lines from the original Battlefront 2 is the rebel soldier yelling, "I'm taking you down, plastic boy!"
Did you play the original Battlefront?
I did.
Who didn't play the original Battlefront?
No, I meant 2004.
Oh yeah, the original. Yeah, I've played all of them, literally all of them.
Okay.
The PSP games, the DS game, the originals, the new games from DICE. I've played all of them.
Oh, hello? Something shot. Oh, they killed him.
Oh,
I need to play the DS game. I never got around to picking that up.
So here's the funny thing about the DS game is that it was Elite Squadron.
Whoa!
And the PSP version came out at the same time. So the PSP version obviously has the better gameplay because it's the traditional battle.
Yeah, it's not top down.
Yeah, and the DS game is of course not traditional Battlefront gameplay because it's top down. It's a little weird and different. But the PSP game's story is awful. The voice acting is awful. It doesn't really take time to develop the characters. It basically goes, all right, here's one of the maps from the instant action modes. Here's some loose objectives to go do, and then at the end of the game had this really bad lightsaber battle because the lightsaber combat was not really great in those games. But then on the DS game, because they didn't have voice acting and it was all text and stuff, the story was great because the characters were well developed. They could do flashbacks and all this stuff because the cutscenes weren't with the sprites or whatever. It was all artwork with text to go along with it. So you could do a lot more with that. So the story on the DS game was great, but the gameplay was not. So it's between the two games, you had a good story and game there. It's just it didn't necessarily meet up.
Yeah, it wasn't kind of like the remnants of Battlefront of who was it that did the Battlefront 3 before it was canned? Because I think it was I think I'm blaming that one on LucasArts. Free Radical.
Yeah, Free Radical. Yeah. It is the remnant of what was supposed to be Battlefront 3 because.
It didn't deserve to be canceled.
Because you look at the footage that we have of that game, it's the exact same as Elite Squadron. They canceled Battlefront 3, and then Rebellion Entertainment, which is the team that developed the mobile versions, they came back and said, "All right, we're done." And they went, "Wait, you guys are done?" It's like, we canceled this. Yeah, but you canceled it? We didn't know that. We finished. We finished. And then it was like, okay, well, I guess we'll have to rebrand as something else because we can't put a 3 on it and just release it on mobile. That would be weird. So maybe DICE will give us a Battlefront 3.
Yeah.
I was about to say, I wonder if we're actually gonna get a third one of the reboots as well. I hope so.
Yeah.
And maybe with the power of next-gen consoles, we will actually get to go from atmosphere to from ground combat to space in one map. That would be great.
Yep.
The one thing I do want, I want Renvar to come back. That is one of the most beautiful planets in any Star Wars game. I want it back. I want to see it in a Frostbite engine more specifically.
Yeah, no, it would
that
definitely
would be really cool.
Because DICE always does a good job with their snowy.
Hang on, was that? I'm sorry, was that a nice pun, Loka?
Wait, what?
It's really cool.
Oh, it was completely unintentional.
Okay.
I didn't even realize that. Oh.
I'm about to say, we might have an issue here. Yeah,
I got him.
if I were to make Battlefront 3, I would want... There were some things that Battlefront 2, like the EA stuff, did well, but there are other things I liked more from 2005, which is still my personal favorite Battlefront game.
At this point, I honestly don't know, and this is something we'll definitely maybe discuss next week. But
what the heck are you doing over here?
I'm just sitting.
Yeah,
What's up? I gotta.
He's being a sniper. He's being a sniper in Battlefield. What'd you expect? Just sitting in the corner of the map doing absolutely nothing.
I missed.
But honestly, I don't know if I would still say that 2005 is my favorite Battlefront.
Really?
It may be 2017 because of all the stuff DICE put in it.
Yeah. Okay.
Because like how many of the actors and voice actors did they get from official canon material to reprise their roles in the game, and they put so much detail into everything, and it's on the Frostbite engine. It's beautiful. It's
not on Frostbite. Is it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. If it's DICE, DICE does everything. It's Frostbite is their engine. Of course, it's on Frostbite.
I thought it was on Motive.
No, Motive's a studio, not an engine.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, but
Ooh, katana.
So my dream Battlefront 3, it's got the destruction of a Battlefield game. I would love to see a Levolution even make a return. But if not just my imagination was blowing open the Mos Eisley Cantina for some reason. I don't know why.
No, that'd be cool. That'd be cool.
Or if we went the Levolution route, the central point in like Camino comes crashing down, kind of like Shanghai.
Yeah, that'd be cool. And I think this line of thinking is an interesting point to make, Loka, is that, and I don't know if you were going to bring this up, but this might be interesting to talk about, is that you talk about all the problems that Battlefield 5 has had. How many of the problems Battlefield 5 has had are, as a direct result, is that it was all hands on deck to fix the problems with Battlefront 2?
That was something in, I don't know if I told us, I was watching What Happened, and that was something the guy brought up. Battlefront 2 wasn't doing well, and it was, once again, all hands on deck to fix Battlefield 5, because they messed it up.
I don't remember the specific timeline, but from what I recall, they kind of just launched Battlefront 2, and then with the whole loot box
There's a flying boat.
That's not good.
There's a flying boat!
And then, it seemed they were pulling a lot of resources back to Battlefield 5 instead, because they were working on finishing that game up. Then it released, and and that's all. Like, it didn't necessarily fail sales-wise. Like, it sold fairly well. It's just that it didn't really sell.
It didn't reach
more
Battlefield 1. It didn't hit that stupid Battlefield 1 number.
Yeah, that.
And then what about player retention? That dropped off pretty quick.
Yeah, exactly. Like it didn't sell awful. It's just that it sold well at launch, and then the sales didn't really improve that much after launch. So that's when they kind of went back to Battlefront 2 instead, because they were kind of working on that.
They did manage to bring that back in pretty fast.
Well, and the thing was with Battlefront 2 is that I think the launch product of Battlefront 2, from what I've heard, is probably a better launch product than
Battlefield
5, because there was more maps, there were more modes. The biggest problem with Battlefront 2 at launch was the progression system, because it was originally all tied to those loot boxes that ended up getting axed at, thankfully, the last minute.
Yeah.
So it was not an awful game. It just had this kind of one issue that they ended up ironing out. And after a bit, while Battlefield 5, like, there wasn't much content, the content that was there wasn't as fun. So it's
they were missing content that was promised.
Yeah.
Yeah, and again, to compare it with Battlefront 2, they managed to bring that back, and I really hoped, and I really thought they were gonna do it with this game as well. But I don't remember if I've said this before, but there's sort of kind of like a funny coincidence with the timelines of both Battlefront 2 and Battlefield 5 in that they don't have the best launch. They drop one, like a few, a couple of new contents, like a new map and like essentially the final bit of the campaign for the first month, and then there's basically no new content for half a year, and then they drop something new for both games, and then they showcase on EA Play on both years. Like for Battlefront 2, hey, Geonosis is coming, and like Anakin and Obi-Wan and General Grievous and Dooku, and we're also working on the large scale mode, which ended up being Capital Supremacy. And then you kind of had
Supremacy.
Yeah.
And then you kind of had that with Battlefield 5 as well, like showing like, hey, here's a whole bunch of new maps that's coming, including a remake of Operation Metro, and then that Pacific teaser at the end. So like there was that kind of funny coincidence with the both games. And whoa,
AT mine.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. I was like, what just happened? And
thanks, bro. Not you, Loka. I hate you. Not really.
It seems like to me that DICE was that for a couple years there, DICE was just spread too thin.
Yeah.
That EA had the Star Wars license, and they wanted to be making all that good Star Wars money, but then they also wanted the Battlefield money at the same time. So DICE was being forced to work on two games at once, and it's like, and for a while there they had the two studios, right? I mean, DICE LA isn't really part of DICE anymore, is it? It's
not
its own thing. So they transitioned back to being just because DICE would work on the main games, and then DICE LA would do the DLC stuff. Correct? Isn't that how it usually worked?
Yeah, I think so.
So for a while they were to a degree they were two studios, they were two teams, and then all of a sudden they were back to just being the main team at Stockholm, and then they had to divide that team in half to work on Star Wars and Battlefield.
Yeah.
And so it's not whenever they said, okay, Battlefront 2 is done, okay, Battlefield 5 is done, that wasn't necessarily it was unfortunate because I wanted them to continue Battlefront 2 because they could have continued to add more stuff to that, but for the health of that studio, I think they do need to come together as one team again and knock it out of the park with Battlefield 6, and then knock it out of the park with Battlefront 3, and just kind of continue. And it's like ping pong. They were ping ponging between games, but ping pong between games with the full force of your studio behind it, and don't separate into teams to where it's like DICE doesn't need to put because. For a while there, they were putting out a game every year because Battlefield 1 came out because Battlefront 2015 came out in 2015. Then Battlefield 1 came out in 2016. Then Battlefront 2 came out in 2017, and then Battlefield 5 came out in 2018. And then so I mean for like 4 or 5 years there, they were releasing a game every year. DICE doesn't need to release a game every year.
Yeah.
And the launches of all these games were obviously suffering because of it. So hopefully they've learned their lesson and
And somewhere in between that, they also had the Mirror's Edge Catalyst. So that's like another game. Oh no!
No!
I got knifed.
Sorry, I saw him.
I didn't.
So, another. Speaking of EA, I won another Titanfall game. I know this is a bit off topic, but I went back playing Titanfall 2 campaign because it's amazing.
No, the campaign is really good.
Like, holy crap! I forgot how much fun it was. Like, the movement feels so fluid, and you feel like you have enough control with everything. Like, between the pilot and the Titan, you feel like you have enough control, but not too much. So you can still learn and adapt.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting.
Apex might have...
So Apex 100% derailed their plans for another Titanfall game. We know that for certain. I'm going to be very interested to see what the reception on this Medal of Honor VR game they're working on is, because if the reception for that game is super strong, then I think Respawn is going to be working on Apex, Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order 2, insert subtitle here, and a new regular mainline Medal of Honor World War II console game.
Just port over that VR title.
I think porting over VR to regular stuff is harder than I think it'd be easier to just make a whole new game. So I think depending on how Medal of Honor VR does, I think that's going to be
JB2.
Yeah,
I think that maybe is going to be the. You got annihilated.
Oh
you
no!
Got annihilated.
So I heard something. I was like, "Is that a plane? There are no planes in this map." And then I see this small little thing. Oh no!
So yeah, I think that's going to be the trajectory that Respawn Entertainment is going to be moving in the next couple years, which isn't necessarily bad. But obviously, for people that want more Titanfall, they're not gonna get that. But you have to, from EA's point of view, Titanfall never sold well. It did well critically, but Titanfall never sold well because the first game was stranded on Xbox One, and then Titanfall 2 came out, and it was sandwiched in between Call of Duty and Battlefield 1. So,
yeah, it was just really poor timing to release the game. Yeah. And you know what's weird? I only have a few minor things I don't like about it. It's that good.
No, of the three games that came out in that period, I think Titanfall is probably the best out of the because of course it was Call of Duty Infinite Warfare, and that the only reason that game sold is because it was packaged with the Modern Warfare the remake, the Call of Duty 4 remaster, and then of course we had a whole stream about talking about Battlefield 1, why I don't really think Battlefield 1 is that great. Even though a lot of people bought it because it was like, ooh, a World War I shooter. We haven't really seen that before, so it was kind of that novelty. This could be interesting thing. And then for Titanfall 2, it just got the short end of the stick.
Yeah, it is honestly one of the best made games of 2016. It's that good.
It was definitely my top 10 list.
2016 didn't have that many great games, though, so is that really saying much?
Yeah.
Because year, I remember people going, yeah, there's some good games this year, but there's not really that many that are that great. But then it was 2017 and 2018 that really was like, oh, there was killer games this year. This is one of the best years for games ever.
Well, hey, 2017 gave us Breath of the Wild.
Forget about that.
And
it gave us Horizon Zero Dawn.
Hey, those are both fantastic games in their own rights. They both do something different enough for me.
I know. I can't wait to get back to that argument. That's going to be so interesting.
Yeah, I can't wait to see your reaction. Well, on top of that, Breath of the Wild got a prequel.
Yeah, they gave it a prequel.
Yep.
Yeah, they gave it a prequel to kind of tell him, because there are flashbacks to what happens in between the 100-year time skip between pre and post Calamity. So it's really interesting to see what happened. And what's even funnier, Persona 5 is getting that same treatment, kind of.
Come on, climb the hill! Come on!
Okay, so here's a question I forgot about. How do you guys feel about having the medic syringe be like always on him, just holding down square to revive, and having the engineer always have the repair tool with him?
I am getting mortared.
Do you mean like being just automatic? Or
Yeah,
as
it's
a
like
gadget?
intrinsically on the character at all times.
You don't have to. It doesn't waste an equipment slot.
Yeah. How do you feel about that?
That I'm okay with. It's because it's like, yeah, that is one of the traits of that class. So if you can equip something else in your equipment slot, that kind of helps make the class more versatile. But then at the same time, I've had all these complaints. But I was like, well, the rocket launchers don't do anything against tanks, so what's the point?
Hey, we won.
So I mean, in theory, it's not necessarily a bad thing, and in practice, it's not really either. I don't think because again, it kind of can help make the classes a little more versatile. Because honestly, with the medic being able to pop down a smoke grenade from that launcher and then run over and revive some people real quick, and also being able to put down a med pack right after you revive them and still be in smoke, that's really awesome.
Yeah.
That's a great gameplay thing. That's one of the great changes that they made in this game that I think is really good, and I hope sticks around. It's some of these other changes that they made that they didn't actually make in this game, but they made in the last game that really irritate me. Like, just let me jump in a tank from anywhere.
Oh,
Why
boy.
is there an animation for this? There doesn't need to be an animation for this.
Alright, so, fun fact, I hate this map so much.
The one we were just on?
Steel.
No, Twisted Steel. There
Twisted
is
Steel.
freaking nothing going on, in my opinion. It's too big. I never thought I'd say that about a Battlefield game. I was even okay with, what was that one weapon, sorry, that one map from Battlefield 1 that we played last? You didn't like it?
We played a lot of maps last time, so you're going to have to...
Sinai Desert.
Sinai Desert, that's what it was, yes.
Yes. Well, I mean, of course, but that went back to my complaint is that the weapons aren't necessarily all built for long range, so it feels like there's nothing going on because everyone kind of concentrates around the village area, and then there's just the big open desert that no one ever really travels into. But that has more to do with the weapons than... based on my experience with this map, I don't know. I don't think the problem with this map is necessarily that it's too big. I think the problems I have with the maps in Battlefield 1 are down to the game design and the weapons. The problems I have with this game, a lot of them stem. There is some design stuff, but there's also I think I have larger problems with the player base. For instance, tanks in this game. And
Yep.
a lot of the times, people just sit at the back of the map with the tanks and not actually do anything with them. And on this map, especially, that's a big problem.
Yeah, that's really annoying.
Mm-hmm.
Die, Fence. I mean, when Loka and I played this last week, and even though we lost horribly, I think I think we had a lot of fun on this map because Loka and I ended up hiding on that bridge at one place, and we captured the objective, and then we're like, hey, we did pretty good, and then all of a sudden we started losing it, and we're like, what? And then we turned the corner, and there's the entire U.S. Army charging the objective, and we went, oh no, we messed up.
So this was actually this one, and I think Panzerstrike, whatever the one is with the farm, used to be British.
Yeah, I was actually about to say, like, here's a fun fact about this map and a couple of other maps that were unlocked, and some of the maps that they actually used to be British versus Germany, and now it's America versus Germany, and they did it with the final content update because they only said like, hey, we're gonna release one final map to the game, which ended up being on March. I'll probably butchered the pronunciation, and then everyone was...
and there was one other map that made it to
Province, but that was actually a map that existed earlier,
Yeah.
but as a like smaller map for domination and team deathmatch. That they just reworked into a bigger map, which I thought that was awesome.
Hey, they also gave it tractors. That's
too.
what really matters.
But
seriously, like, sorry, I do want to tell a little story before we go on about that.
Yes. Well, so they added those maps, and everyone was kind of expecting it to be it's just gonna be the Brits versus Germany again. I guess we're not gonna have the US versus Germany in this game at all. But then they actually had those, like in those two maps, and which were great. Like not gonna lie, even though like as we've said, like the whole D-Day thing is kind of overdone. But I don't like. I'm not necessarily gonna dispute on principle the idea of US fighting Germans in a World War II game.
Like, it would be. I honestly think it'd be boring if it were just the Brits fighting the Germans instead of why not have the Americans join in. Also, I think my biggest complaint with this game is where are the French? There's one elite. That's it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they kind of famously surrendered very early on.
Yeah, but there were still some who fought with the Brits. Why didn't they make some extra voice lines?
Yeah, that's also like. But not only did they had America versus Germany in those two maps, they also added, actually changed a few of the older maps.
Whoa, tank!
Which I think
found it
is because if the live service hadn't been killed off earlier, I think the chapter, chapter 7 would probably have been like basically the Western Front, but because the live service got killed off early, I feel like this was probably their way of being like to kinda do what they really wanted to do, even though they weren't able to create more maps. And
yeah,
I have mixed feelings about this actually. I don't necessarily dispute the idea. I think that's actually a bit of a fun thing to do. But now the problem is that now this map is supposed to represent a completely different battle than it used to be. I don't actually know what battle this used to be, but now it's sorta kinda supposed to be Operation Market Garden, which I mean works with the bridge, but I don't know about the surrounding environment.
Whenever you say Market Garden, I can't help but think of Team Fortress 2. There's this freaking strategy called the Market Garden where you rocket jump and you hit someone with a shovel.
Oh.
Yeah, sorry. I can't hear that term and not think of market gardeners in that game. It's a stupid strategy, but it's fun. But continue.
Or like with that other map you were mentioning, Panzerstorm, that used to be the Battle of Hanu. Now no one knows what battle it's supposed to be because they changed the factions. So it's kind of like I don't know what this is supposed to be. So that's kind of like a weird thing.
It'd be like putting the First Order and the Resistance on Tatooine randomly.
I mean, sort of, yeah.
I mean, that could have happened, but no one's made an EU thing about it. Yeah, where's my World War II DLC? Come on.
Oh, it was a car. Well, that car is not gonna be glad when
also,
There we go.
I can also kind of understand why the Italians weren't in this game.
Because they flip-flop sides halfway through.
What was it, a revolution or what?
They deposed Mussolini. They didn't want the people didn't want to be in the war, but Mussolini was their dictator, and they said we're going to be on the German side. And then the people said, no, we're not going to do that. And then halfway through, they swapped sides. So
I don't think I will.
Yeah.
Yeah, old man Captain America.
Yeah.
No, I don't think I will.
Actually, that to go back to the whole where's the French, where's the Italians in this game? I said earlier this game was basically British versus Germany. Technically, it was even simpler. It was just Axis versus Allies, and I think
that's a really broad term.
Yeah, I think that's what they were going for originally because.
Sorry.
I mean, clearly it's supposed to be the Brits versus the Germans, but then you also have quite a few French cosmetics on the British side, and the Germans have a few Italian themed cosmetics, and there's also at least one Norwegian themed cosmetic for the British, which doesn't look that great, but I guess it works for the settings. So I don't know if they really were going for that simplicity. I know COD World War II did that too.
If they were, in my opinion, just... Oh, sweet, I knifed nothing. I just wish that they would give me different voice lines for different characters.
Yeah, that would have probably been the way to do it.
You can make it that generic as long as I'm able to play as different, like, nationalities.
Yeah.
The other thing, to touch on Dino D-Day, the other cool thing about that game is you could play as there was a Jewish guy on the Allies side, and that was kind of cool.
Oh.
Like, I know World War II did that in the campaign, but that was it.
Yeah, with that one side character.
Yeah, that was one of those
wasted potential.
Yeah, it's like, why didn't we have like a main Nazi officer we were chasing after the entire game, and that was him that we finished off, because I'm not even sure he's named. It's just like, oh, here there's no satisfaction in killing this guy, and they treat it kind of like the Cave at the end of Modern Warfare moment.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, I think that guy may have had just a little under the same amount of screen time that Zakhaev did in Modern Warfare, but, the game makes a point out of most of the campaign of we're going after this one dude.
Yeah, weren't you going after Zakhaev's, like, mission, like, just going after all of his crap?
Yeah. So, I mean, it made a point. It made a point for you to know this guy is important, and that's why we're chasing after him, where World War II, that guy was like, oh, hey, here's a random person that has nothing to do with the story, up until, no, I did not want to take, I can't revive, no, there it is, I was about to say, I can't, you're stuck on the wall, I can't get you, but no, I finally found the indicator.
Now, what I find interesting is that apparently there are, like, files within this game that do allude to like French and Italian and even Norwegian faction, so I don't know if that was on the table originally or if it was something they were gonna do like separate factions like they eventually did with the US and Japan. Because
question, I was thinking they would go the way of Battlefield 1, and they had a ton of different factions. They just didn't have any cosmetics. I think that was why they simplified it down to two things.
Yeah, probably. Actually, that actually reminds me of one of the common complaints I've seen about this game. Like, oh, this game has less factions than Battlefield 1. Am I the only one that feels that's kind of not that important?
It depends on the game for me. It really depends on the game for me. Like a Star Wars Battlefront game, that was that being a complaint in Battlefront 2015. Yeah, totally. No, I'm on board with that as a complaint because there being more than one faction, the multiple, because it's not just factions in Battlefront, it's eras, like the prequels, the original trilogy, the sequels. Even though the prequel or the original trilogy and the sequels are pretty close to each other aesthetically speaking, but still, that does add a lot of variety to the game from a visual standpoint. In Battlefield, I'm not really sure there's really that much difference between the different factions, because you can all use the same weapons. You can all, the only thing that really changes is a couple of the cosmetics and the voice lines. Instead of saying "throwing grenade," it's "OBJ" or whatever grenade is in Russian. But then at the same time, and this in Call of Duty, I think multiple factions in Call of Duty is a good thing most of the time, because of and this comes down to what Daxter's been talking about, is because of the voice lines. Because look at Modern Warfare 2. The voice lines from all those different factions are iconic. You have the more stoic Army Ranger announcer, but the voice lines for the soldiers aren't really what's iconic. It's the announcers that are iconic. Yeah. So having multiple of those are really what makes that interesting. So you have the more stoic Army Ranger announcer, but then you also have the Russian announcer that yells everything. It's like it's like team deathmatch, eliminate the enemy team, and then of course the enemy say 130 above, and all the stuff and all the great stuff he yells. So that adds personality and character to the game. So in that sense, I think having multiple factions can be a good thing. But that guy was totally oblivious. But in Battlefield, the announcers in Battlefield have never really been the most important part. So if you want to make a game where it's just the Allies versus the Axis, or just the Brits versus the Germans, I don't think that's necessarily a big deal.
There was something fun though about seeing different uniform colors. I don't know why.
This is a problem. Oh no.
Yeah, like I wouldn't mind more factions at the same time, but I think my problem, like, with the comparison between Battlefield 1 and 5 is that people use that as like one reason why Battlefield 1 is better. But when you really look at the factions, I mean, you have Germany and Austria-Hungary, and it's just, they're basically copy-pasted.
Yeah.
And then you have the Ottomans, which for whatever reason are wearing German uniforms, except in a different color. So it's like, okay, I don't know what the deal with that is, but they're dropping artillery.
The only thing that really makes them unique is the fact that there's more checkboxes on the Wikipedia page.
Yeah.
Is that look at all these factions you can play as. Otherwise, again, yeah, they're copy pasted. I mean, again, that's the detractor against the sequel era stuff in Battlefront 2 is as I said, the original trilogy aesthetic and the sequel trilogy aesthetic is so close to one another. So, a lot of the Rebel and Resistance forces share assets. You want to be a Twi'lek for the Resistance? Well, it's the exact same Twi'lek head that you have for the Rebellion. I mean, there's all those shared assets there.
Yeah.
And it makes sense why you would do that, because the aesthetic is close to one another, and it saves you time it saves you some time and money making other, I don't want to say unique assets, but you get what I'm saying. It's like, if you can reuse something, why not reuse it?
But here's the thing with the Resistance and Rebellion thing. That wasn't DICE's fault. That was Abrams' fault. Abrams money that they could out of rose-tinted glasses.
And that's also fair. Is that there's more outside forces working in play when it comes to a Star Wars game versus a Battlefield game.
Yeah, like there were some cool things. Like I think that the Allied powers in Battlefield 1 had more variety because you had the Italians and some of their uniforms were pretty awesome. But then our complaint with like the Austrian, Hungarians, and the Germans are just the same. Like there was only so much you could do with the Central powers compared to the Allied powers.
I mean, yeah. Or like, for that matter, when you're setting a game in a historical setting like Battlefield 1 and 5, it's like, well, you kind of have to play by the rules that were set by history.
Yeah.
you can't exactly have the army of Sweden going go strong on the entire Scandinavia just because, hey, let's take this opportunity while Europe is at war, or like something wild like that. Although, DICE, if Sweden is a faction
totally
in Battlefield
off
6, I will be very happy if it's a modern setting, or like near future.
Where are you? Hang on. 2143. 2143. Come on.
And see here, and here's the thing about Battlefield going back to modern stuff is that a lot of the time, this is the funny thing about all these games coming out, is that I think maybe if this game had been modern again, and then if Battlefield 6 was World War II, then, but of course, you know, some of these same things, no, well, not everything we're complaining about, but some of the same things we're complaining about could have plagued this game had it been in a modern setting, the lack of content and stuff.
Yeah.
That's not necessarily an exclusive thing to
Got in the house. Got in their house. Got him.
That's not necessarily going to be something that's possible. Okay. That's, you know, that's. But look at all the games that were coming out when this, and I think another reason why maybe this game didn't do as well, I think it maybe has something to do with some oversaturation to a slight degree, is that the 2015 to like 2018 market for first-person shooters was we're moving away from modern combat, and we're going to you know, some of us are going to go back in time, others of us are going to go more into the future, like with Titanfall, and technically speaking, I'm going to say Star Wars stuff here too, even though, you know, that's a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, but their tech is more advanced than ours. So, oh, that's a tank! I didn't realize there was a Sherman parked at the flag.
Oh yeah, the Sherman also has, I think this is really cool, they gave it the flamethrower.
Mm-hmm, yeah, I've noticed that. That's cool.
That's honestly a really nice touch.
So yeah, so I think people kind of, you know, people have grown tired of modern combat stuff, but then all of a sudden you started having an oversaturation of non-modern combat stuff, and so it's like, okay, I would like one game, and I think that's one of the reasons Siege blew up, is like it was the only modern combat game out there. So a lot of people were like, well, hold on, look, that person has a G36, I recognize that, so I'm gonna let's try this game out, and a lot of people ended up falling in love with it, even though they've slowly gotten more silly and more futuristic-y with their stuff. As the rest of the gaming industry moves back toward modern stuff, Siege is moving towards the future stuff, which is ridiculous and crazy. But
ironic.
That's all.
So,
also, the Siege Twitter account's starting to make me mad. They brought back up the fact that the SMG-11 used to have an ACOG. They made him.
Sherman's back. Sherman's back.
Hate that guy.
So if Battlefield 5 had been a modern set game instead of World War II again, I don't know, maybe it would have sold better at the outset, because it's like, oh, well, now here's this market full of space games and World War I, and of course COD World War II came out. It would have balanced things a little bit more maybe if this had been a modern combat game, because it had been a couple years since a major franchise had done that. Oh, these guys are totally blind. They just ran right in front of us. There's people in the house, Loka. Careful. In front of you, there's people in the house.
Guys, I took one out.
Okay. And then there's someone, if you have a grenade, if you could throw that at the house across from you.
I got another guy.
To your right. There was a person there.
Yeah, I got him. I got him.
Oh, okay.
Where's the...
So... Because I'm not saying DICE wanting to go back to, well, and also I question, was DICE the one that wanted to go back to World War II because it was the next logical step after Battlefield 1, or was it EA saying, well, you did World War 1, now it's time to go to World War 2, and they were kind of mandated. So that, with EA, you always going to have to question some of that stuff.
Yeah. Come on. Oh, it did. Oh, I flipped the Sherman! It's lying on its side!
Okay, for some reason I have really low poly models for everyone, and it's like amazing.
Yeah, I think I've had it
Okay.
on my end
There's
times.
the Sherman right in front of me.
Oh. In the house to the east of the point by the medic crate. Ping it.
Ooh, did they... Oh wait, never mind. I was about... Oh, did they drop the Sherman? Maybe I should go capture it. And then wait, hang on a second. I just flipped it to the side. It's useless.
Oh, speaking of the
Oh,
Rainbow
but here's
Six-
the enemy in his Jeep.
Yeah, I saw the Jeep. Oh.
Oh, hang on. Oh, okay. Everybody's got you.
Oh, I destroyed it. Okay.
Okay.
Nice.
Oh, dude, bring in an artillery strike in the V2.
Oh yeah, I totally have the points. Or we have the points, rather.
Oh, yeah.
Plane.
Our points, comrade.
No, we're fascists, not communists. Got to remember that.
Okay. Fine.
That is
My
that
points.
is so weird to say out of context.
I mean, you really... Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Is really one better than the other at this point?
No, but it's still you just hear someone say that without the context that they're playing a historical video game.
Let's see, should I just
What do you
drop the
take us-
V1 on us?
Do it.
No, you should take you. Maybe we
Also-
should go for like G. We should attack it. Oh, they have the bridge right now. They've kind of got the complete other side of the map. Maybe we should go for G. And if we scope it out and see if there's a whole bunch of
there's a
people there,
Sherman.
then we can.
So I don't know why, but it's really
I'm
hard
just
for
gonna
me.
get the heck out.
It's really hard for me to distinguish Loka's S's from its G's, so it sounded like there's a German.
But we're the Germans, so you just gotta use context clues.
Are V's the bad guys?
Be the baddies.
Oh wait, that's two Shermans!
Okay, this is getting out of hand.
No, there are
This is
two. Of
getting
them.
out of hand. I
Maybe we
want to
should
do.
nuke F.
Yeah, I want to. For some reason, now I want to watch the prequels with our surfer.
I mean, I think we would get a good amount of enjoyment out of it.
The other stupid one idea I had, Black Ops 3 campaign. It's so bad we could make fun of it.
Yeah, Mystery Science Theater. That
Dude,
is we
y'all-
play it.
Dude, I love that show so much. I don't know what it is. That and Rift Tracks are two of my favorites.
Well, I mean, there's just something about being in a group full of people and you all know the movie is awful and just making fun of it, or video game, whatever, and just making fun of it.
I watched, I think it was Rift Tracks, Talking Cats, and then Birdemic back to back.
Oh, Birdemic, gosh.
Like, I freaking love Birdemic now. Like,
See, I'm that way with Troll 2.
really,
And not-
Troll
and-
2.
And not Trolls 2, the world
The
tour,
Troll-
the
yeah.
DreamWorks movie. No, not
Yeah.
that. Troll 2, the really bad 80s horror, quote unquote horror movie that came out.
I think that
Plan 9 from
I think
Outer
anyone
Space.
that immediately thinks of Trolls,
I mean, they're both
And
bad, but one's funny, the other one isn't.
I completely
one's
dropped where I
funny,
was
bad
going. But I will say, when you said Troll 2, I immediately knew what movie you were talking
Yeah.
about.
Yeah, I think we
That's
all.
it.
Well, even if you talk about bad movies, the only thing I know about Trolls 2 is that it's got Justin Timberlake in it, and I was playing Halo 3 ODST when all my sisters were watching it. So now every time I hear a voice line or a song from that movie,
Sherman,
I go back to playing Halo 3. Like it's. Oh, hello.
oh, there's another Sherman.
Oh, I hear an American. There is one game I would love to give the Mystery Science Theater treatment to. Metal Gear Solid.
we'd all have to talk like this.
Would that really be an issue? Oh,
Well,
speaking of which...
after a while, our throats would get very raw.
Yes.
Speaking of Metal Gear Solid and movies...
Oh gosh, yeah, Poe Dameron is going to be Snake.
Honestly, that's not a really bad casting choice. It's going to be a little bit different, but it's not David Hayter, but... I don't know. It's better than... I think I mentioned this on the Discord server. It's better than Marky Mark as Sully.
Oh gosh.
I don't think anything is better than that. Also, 2 kills with the V1 is probably the most I've ever gotten.
Yeah, I've gotten more kills with the Barrage.
Here's a Greyhound.
Oh!
Look at your body. I saw the green outline of your body pinwheel across my screen.
So, Apprentice, how are you liking the Switch so far?
So far, I'm really enjoying. I got a light, so that I got a Switch light.
Oh boy!
And then, gosh, you guys, I cannot spawn on you guys because of the mortar fire.
Here.
Seems to be over now.
Yeah, there we go. I spawned right next to the last two. It freaked me out. So I got a Switch Lite for context. So it just feels really good in your grip.
Oh yeah. How's the D-pad? How's the D-pad in Joy-Con drift, if any?
I have not used the D-pad at all.
Okay.
And there has been, from what I can detect, there has been no Joy-Con drift whatsoever.
Good. I think I was basically screwed from the beginning because I think I bought a day one model used. But thankfully, I can just get different Joy-Cons, so it's nothing. There's nothing wrong with the system itself. I just needed to. At this point, I just need to clean out the Joy-Cons maybe once a week. It's not bad. It only takes a minute. I don't care.
You have to clean your your hardware in order for it to work. Gosh, so mine was also pre-owned. So I don't know. Yeah, so I got a pre-owned.
No, you'll be fine. You should be fine. I think they suffer too much.
I got a pre-owned gray Switch Lite for $179. I think it's $179. I got a 64 gigabyte memory card for half off with the Cyber Monday deal. So I got
nice.
So I got a 64 gig memory card for $10, and then I also got $20 worth of Nintendo fake digital money.
Nintendo doubloons.
Yeah, whatever their currency is called.
It's just USD or yen or whatever you.
I mean, yeah.
It doesn't matter.
And so I got it all for plus tax for $210. So
that's not bad for a Switch.
Which is $10 more than a brand new Switch Lite. So I thought I did pretty well there. So what are you doing? Get out of our bunker.
I'm hiding in this
there's
bathroom.
Another one there, but he's and that's why automatic weapons are superior. Eat it.
It's safer in here. I was also
so that's
totally
why the door's
expecting...
closed.
Yeah, it's safe.
Plane.
What were you saying? You weren't expecting special forces?
Correct.
You count a bombing run from a fighter plane of special forces.
I call it minor overkill.
Minor overkill. There's an oxymoron. So yeah. So no, the thing feels really good in my grip. I mean, the thing I know it is, but I sort of kind of hesitate to call this. Oh, what the heck is that monstrosity? Look at that thing right in front of us. What is that? It's a hailfire. It's a hailfire droid tank.
I forgot. That's not one of the special vehicles, is it?
It may be. Either that or you can specialize your Sherman to be like that. I'm not entirely sure.
That's not a Sherman. That's not a Sherman.
It was not a Sherman. It did not say Sherman.
I only saw the turret. Yeah, that is one of those specialized things.
Hang on. Welcome to Battlefield 5.
Yeah, we got the Storm Tiger. It's ready for deployment.
It's still alive. Vehicle hit.
I'm gonna
19
redeploy.
Points.
Hey Loka, can we get an order?
I killed it.
Loka, can we get an order?
For the love of...
I'm
now
sorry.
you got the
it's
rando to join in on that.
Oh,
I'm busy
so sorry.
driving the Sturm Tiger.
Okay, dude, it's not. You haven't played Battlefield 5 until you've done that like 5 or 6 times.
Where'd you guys go? I'm one man armying myself out here.
I was pestering Loka.
deployed in the
Loka was
Sturm
busy
Tiger.
dying.
I'm on
I
my
don't know
way.
what that means.
I'm driving
the
very
special tank.
slowly.
My
Yeah, I
favorite
love that
tank-
you've spawned this thing to try to help us out when we have 6 tickets left. I'm dead. There's a
there's a
sniper
guy.
across the river.
And there's a guy behind us. Oh, Brando got him. I got you.
And we lost. But that was still a close match. It was a complete. It wasn't a complete shutout.
Yep.
Oh yeah. You guys seen Prentice? Have you seen the finger gun?
I've seen the GIF that you posted in the chat. Yeah.
So that's why everyone's been ignoring me.
I've not seen it for myself in game, but I did see it in the chat. So for right now, I only have the one game on Switch. So for those of you that are unaware, I can't remember where we talked about it because we do these streams so often, and on my channel and on Loka's channel. So I can't remember where we said it, but I know it was somewhat recently. It was like over the summer. Dexter, you asked me what would get me to buy a Nintendo Switch, and I kind of laughed in your face a little bit, digitally through the mic.
Don't you feel bad about that now?
Yeah, because I said the only thing that would get me to buy a Nintendo Switch is if whoever owns a license to Drawn to Life would make a new Drawn to Life game, but that's not going to happen. That franchise is dead. So about a month ago,
No. It was out. They announced it before that, actually. I thought, oh no, that's just a joke, and then nope, it's real.
No, yeah. So about a month. So November the 5th, they officially announced that there was a new Drawn to Life game coming out, and it was coming out on December the 7th. So a very short announced to release period, which is actually kind of nice. And I was like, okay, so where is this coming? And it was coming out on iOS, PC, and the Nintendo Switch. And I'm like, well, I'm definitely not playing this on PC. I'm definitely not playing this on iOS, so I guess I'm going to have to get myself a Switch. Oh, how I have eaten my words. So, because of my loyalty to that franchise, I have now bought myself a Nintendo Switch. Drawn to Life 2 Realms is the most expensive video game I have ever bought, costing me $200+.
Because of the Switch.
Because I bought a system to play this game.
I was thinking you bought like the collector's edition.
No. I mean, I might as well have, considering that I bought an entire system just to play this thing. It's like people who bought a PS4 so they could play Spider-Man or something.
Yeah.
So yeah, and the funny thing is that the game is that because it was launch week 505 Games, which is the publisher, they immediately put it on sale, and so the game was only $7.99.
Oh.
What the?
Oof.
So yeah, the thing. So I paid 200. So actually, I still have like $12 in my digital wallet on my Switch. I need to go through and look for some other stuff that might be cheaper.
If I may recommend, not only like Breath of the Wild, but something that should be around that price range, I think. No More Heroes.
So I checked. Breath of the Wild is a full $59.99 on the Nintendo.
Yeah,
shop.
it's a Nintendo game. They're not going to discount it.
Yeah. So I wasn't too surprised by that. My birthday's in January. I'll just use that as one of my birthday things. So there is it.
Get Breath and get it. I would recommend getting it a physical copy because it won't take up any space on your system memory or SD card.
Well, but I do have a 64 gig memory card now. So.
I've got 128, and I still don't have all my games downloaded on there. Like, I guess Resident Evil 5 is like 20 gigabytes. The BioShock collection Bioshock Infinite alone.
Here's a question.
is
I know
starting.
that Nintendo has some sort of deal with Microsoft. What Xbox? Are there any Xbox games on the Switch? Because I know they said something like Xbox Game Pass was coming to Switch or something like that.
All
I don't know.
is Super Lucky Tales or whatever it's called. I think it's
Yeah,
on Switch.
Super
I'll
Lucky's
have to-
Tale.
I'll have to investigate that because, like, I don't know. Maybe I'll play the Master Chief Collection on Switch or something if it's there.
If that happens, tell me. I honestly, I love those games to death. I will buy another copy. I bought the game 3 times now, or no, 2 times now. If you don't count me buying all of the games by themselves, I bought it on the on PC, and I bought it again for my Xbox One.
Stupid plane.
What are some other? Oh yeah, Super Mario 3D All Stars is a highly recommended from myself and many others. If you want to see what you missed out on, like in the Wii era and GameCube, that is what I recommend.
Well, that's one of those things I'm kind of sort of hesitant to
What's the guy on the roof?
to even indulge in because the Wii era is almost what killed my love for video games. So it's.
No, this one's actually good. They removed any motion controls.
The motion controls weren't the problem. It's just that the Wii U. Excuse me. Well, it was, but the Wii was such an underpowered console compared to everything else on the market at the time that they couldn't. It kind of seems like that. Looking back, whenever I hear people talk about the Wii and stuff like that, they go, there were some good games on the. There were good games on there for Wii games. But it's never like they're a lot of them don't necessarily hold a candle to games on other platforms.
Mario Galaxy is one of my favorite 3D platformers of all time. Xenoblade Chronicles was basically Skyrim for the Wii. It was massive in size.
And that's another one of those things that when people say stuff like that, I don't know whether to believe them or not because Nintendo gets such a bump.
No, it's not the Nintendo license. They didn't make it. A third party made it, and they published it.
Well, not necessarily. I'm not necessarily talking Xenoblade. I'm talking the Mario stuff. Because people always go, "Oh, Mario games are the best thing ever," but then I look at them like, okay, there's no story here. It's just a man in a hat running around. I mean, is the gameplay that exceptional? Is it really that exceptional to where it's...
Galaxy has both a great gameplay and a really nice story. It's told after you complete after you basically hit a star cap. There's this thing called Rosalina's Storybook. It's an optional piece of side content that you can go view. And it's basically Rosalina's backstory, one of the main characters in that game, and how she became who she is. And it's really depressing. Like, it's sad. Even for a Mario game or a Nintendo game, it's kind of depressing.
What, are Mario games known to be depressing?
I mean, no, but it's...
See, that's what makes me go. It's like, what? So you put in a little bit of story to Mario, and then immediately,
no,
it's like, it's not that.
Whoa!
You're actually trying.
Whoa!
And then that automatically makes it one of the best things ever. I don't know.
I'm not saying it's uncharted levels of storytelling. I'm saying it's a really charming story. It's told in an art book form.
It's sort of like with politics. There's the opinions expressed on Mario games are so out of this world. Yeah, get it? Because Galaxy.
Yeah.
They're so.
He's on me.
They're so hyperbolic in one direction or the other. I don't know what to actually think of it because it's hard to find. Because usually with a lot of things, that people say one thing or another, and then they're either super positive or super negative, and it's the middle of the road where it's the middle of the road stuff that's actually probably a more fair assessment of the thing. But with Mario stuff, there's no such thing as a middle of the road review on a Mario game. They're either all great or all awful. So I don't know what to think about those.
Super Mario Sunshine, I believe, would be the only outlier. It's pretty divisive. It's like
and
it's like
that's
really
and that's
weird.
what it means.
It's either
That with most Mario games, it's pretty much everyone says they're all great.
no, whenever we had that Mario oversaturation from 2010 to like 2015, 16, that's when the games really started to decline.
That when we got like Dr. Mario and stuff.
No, that was before then, man. No, like it was like Super Mario 3D World, Super Mario 3D Land, one for the 3DS, one for the Wii U. 2 new Super Mario Brothers games, which were basically the same game. We got a couple like Mario RPGs, which the older ones are good, the newer ones are eh. They're charming, but they're nowhere near as good as like they used to be on the DS and GameCube and 64.
But see, and that's kind of my problem with Nintendo as a whole is that they come up with a new idea for a game and they're like, put Mario in it, and so it's like, okay, we had a cool idea for an RPG here, and then we just stuck our mascot on it, so it's sort of kind of, it's like it means that Mario he has an identity, but then at the same time he doesn't have an identity because he can. What the heck? I just got throwing knife. There are throwing knives in this game.
Yeah. Ow.
Yep.
Ah. Yeah.
Where'd that guy even come from?
I don't know where I'm getting shot from. I've just been constantly harassed by fire, and finally I died.
That is an interesting point of view that you come from, Prentice. I mean, to understand the great mystery, one must study all of its aspects. Correct? Nothing? No? Okay.
I'm not sure you have to use Star Wars. You can't just prequel meme it. You have to use Star Wars quote sparingly and in the proper context. I'm not really sure you're using it properly there. So which is why I appreciate prequel memes, but I'm also not 100% on board because they take random quotes that that's sort of not quite. This is me being hyperbolic here, but it's sort of kind of the equivalent of someone saying, "I'm going to go get a sandwich," and then they try to use that in every context possible, and it just kind of gets old really quick.
Yeah. Okay.
So like Palpatine saying ironic, it's like, okay, this is way oversaturated.
Yeah.
Not everything, and especially a lot of times when I see people use that, half the time the situation is not even ironic. It's just Palpatine saying ironic. So it's like you don't even know what irony is. You're using this incorrectly. So it's like you're kind of
the only one that got on my nerve was "I love democracy," since anyone can make a poll on Twitter.
Yeah, exactly. That's definitely one that's oversaturated. It's a surprise to be sure, but a welcome one. That one I like. That one's usually used pretty well. But then there's a lot of others where it's.
How do you feel about visible confusion?
The Obi-Wan visible confusion, visible happiness. That stuff works pretty. Okay, we're just getting mortared to death.
Yeah, I'm not gonna spawn there.
Hang on, I saw you fly.
Actually, I can't spawn on C and not be at C at the same time. That's how spawning works.
Sniper behind you. My new favorite one is visibly wet. It was I came home from school. Mom, is it raining outside? Me, visibly wet. It's just Obi-Wan after he gets into the Camino facility.
Okay, yeah, no, that's taking it too far. That is taking it too far. Like his facial expression when he's being confused about being told that the Jedi Order is the ones that ordered the clones, and that being visible confusion. That totally makes sense. That fits a lot of different situations on the internet. But it's like, oh, Obi-Wan's wet because it was raining outside, and then it's like that's when you're stretching it. That's when it's being stretched too far.
I love how everywhere I love how everywhere this conversation just went.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I guess they weren't expecting Oscar grade quality. Or The Last of Us 2 grade quality, am I right?
Oh boy.
Oh. Drop them. Oh, I'm sorry, Loka, if that was you. Oh, they're everywhere.
Ooh, I can spawn in a Stuka.
Also, and so that going back to the whole Mario thing is that also it's like it seems like he doesn't have much of an identity anymore because Nintendo just slaps him in literally every game they make to try to get that game to sell, and so he's kind of losing. He doesn't have much of an identity anymore, and also it's like you get this console and you get these recommendations for games, and it's like, okay, well, look at the 30 million Mario games have access to. It's like, okay, well, how do I know what's actually there's so many to choose from. There needs to be preferably and maybe that's where this collection you're talking about coming is. This like the big three or something.
These are the big three defining ones. They were all come from a similar cloth. Galaxy being a bit more different. They all feel different. Like Super Mario 64 was the most vanilla. Sunshine was super experimental, so you have to take that into consideration. And Galaxy was just like more linear, but still had a little bit of, well, I won't call it an open world. It had the 3D platforming shtick to it.
Oh no!
So if someone new to the console were to get that, then they like those three games and they go, oh well, now I can try these other Mario games that are out there, and it's like, well, there's still 30 million Mario games, so you can randomly try to select one, and that guy went flying. And you buy it for full price because Nintendo doesn't ever discount their own IP or whatever, like you were saying, and then
it's really weird.
It turns out to be one of the bad ones, and then you go, oh, there needs to be some sort of like categorization. Like, here's the mainline Mario games, here's the spin-offs. There needs to be something that kind of keeps the look at something like Ratchet and Clank in comparison. They have experimented. They've done some different things, and there's lots of games in that series. But for the most part, and they are the core gameplay of all those games is the same. So you play one. Oh, I just killed a sniper in the tower at the church at B with my SMG, and he could not hit me with his sniper. So you play one of those games and you like it, you're probably going to like all the others, even including something like All for One or Full Frontal Assault, which are a little bit different, but they still have enough of the core similarities there. Where with a Mario game, it's like, okay, well, I liked Mario Galaxy, but I now go to play Dr. Mario. It's totally different. It's not even the same type of game. So it makes things a little confusing.
I think that's a bit of a loose argument, as I think it'd be painfully obvious that they aren't the same style of game. So the Mario RPGs are either Paper Mario or Super Mario, or Mario and Luigi. That's what it's called. Sorry, I was thinking of a different RPG. And they're both actually kind of different in how they play.
So is the M1911 in this game OP?
No, it's just really good.
Okay, because
it's not broken. It's just it's not broken.
This dude just walked up on me and got me in one shot with the M1911.
What was your health?
Full.
Oh. Oh, I see him. Oh.
That sounds a little bit too powerful even for that gun.
Yeah. He's up there.
Well, not for long.
Dang it! Now we have to pay the exterior decorator. Hang on, I think you got him. Yeah, he's gone.
Well, no, I saw the little red. He jumped off, so he's still around here. But oh gosh, section of this roof is gone.
Yeah. You see, this is why we can't have nice things, Prentice.
Ooh, I actually got a kill.
I do understand part of where you're coming from. There are a bunch of Mario games, and some of them can be confusing. I wouldn't say they're all bad. There's not really a bad one. There's a disappointing one. Like, the sports games are really hit or miss.
Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games. I mean, what?
Okay, yeah, that was weird. I swear that was a fever dream, but
Well,
you know
so then I sort of kind of have, moving off of that, I sort of kind of have the opposite complaint about Zelda games. And this is going from this is from my limited knowledge, so you're going to have to hang with me here. This is from my limited knowledge of Zelda games. Is that it seems like, from what I know about them, is that at least in terms of plot line, every Zelda game is exactly the same. Where there's this great evil that comes across the land, they cry out for their hero Link to come save them. He saves the princess, defeats the pig monster guy, and then next game comes out a couple years later, and it's rinse and repeat. And then it's like, and then the style of games can vary over time. Like the original games were, the top-down platformers, and then Breath of the Wild is the big open world. So I know that they're so.
What did you just call Zelda 1?
It's a top-down platformer, isn't it?
No, that was Zelda 2. That was Zelda 2 only, and I swear that was a fever dream I had once.
Okay, then what would you describe Zelda 1 as?
Top-down action adventure.
Okay, action adventure.
Because while there's combat, it's more so focused on the. I wouldn't say the journey. It's a really weird, like. It's specifically a Zelda style. It's not like any other game I've seen.
Well, it's because Zelda. I will admit, from my limited knowledge, Zelda's one of those games that kind of created it created a style of game, didn't it?
Yeah. Oh yeah. It basically started the action adventure genre.
So I'll give it credit for that.
And you could say the same with Mario, but to a slightly less extent.
I'm shooting at props.
Stop that. Oh, I got a guy from a good 100 meters. That's nice.
Okay, the actual tanks are over here. Got it.
Yeah. I don't have another spotting player. Dang. Yeah. The Zelda plotline can be very similar. I think Breath of the Wild, Majora's Mask. Breath of the Wild and Majora's Mask are really the only ones to deviate from the main conventions. As Majora's Mask didn't have Zelda in it at all, and it was super dark. It was a super dark game in tone, dealing a lot with death.
Is that the one where the moon was falling on the world?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, Zelda was only in it in one cutscene.
So it seems.
Yeah.
Thanks, Gabe, for this spawn.
Yeah, but if I were to recommend one, Majora's Mask and Breath of the Wild, just because it's set 100 years after Link and Zelda both failed to kill Ganon, the pig guy. That's sort of why Hyrule looks like that. Oh. Well, that was crispy.
Oh, I see what spawn you're talking about here, Loka. I'll distract him, and that'll give you a chance to get away. Hold on.
I can pop some smokes.
No.
Watch out for the gunner.
Take out the gunner?
I'll try.
He was not there, and then all of a sudden he spawned in.
Yeah. Oh boy.
He left. Watch him.
Gunner's back.
And I flew away.
Yeah, got him.
Smokes didn't tell.
Go prone, Daxter. We need to. Oh, you're floating.
I'm being shot by everything.
You were in the I'm crouched but floating around mode.
Drifting.
Yeah.
Basically. Yeah, you are right about the Zelda story kind of being the same every time.
But I mean, so but that's more or less my complaints about Nintendo the company. Their stuff. I mean, I'm definitely going to check out Breath of the Wild because, as we were alluding to earlier, the March 2017 Zelda v Horizon great debate that was all over the internet there for a while.
And by internet, I think we mean you, because I don't remember anyone talking about both of those games in the same sentence.
Oh, you were not in the correct circles then, because in the circle that I was in, that was all anyone was talking about.
Okay.
Horizon came out, and then a week later, the Switch and Breath of the Wild came out, and it was It was the prequels and sequels conversation where everyone was yelling at each other, and there was no middle ground. And so I was on Team Horizon because that's the game I had played, but I didn't really have a horse in that race because I'm like because I saw the pros for Horizon, I saw the cons for Horizon.
Oh, that's what it was.
And then there were other things where it's like I saw the points being made for and against Zelda, but I couldn't necessarily speak to those, so I just kind of excused again with a throwing knife. So I just kind of excused myself from the conversation. And if anyone did speak about Horizon in an incorrect way, then I'd correct them. Other than that, I stayed out of it. So, but I mean, it was bad. I mean, that was one of those. It was console war, Xbox versus PlayStation. Great arguments of video game history.
Like, how bad was it? Like, Sega and Nintendo in the '90s bad, or
yeah, kinda.
Or
why can't I?
Timothy from Miss Flenderson's class on the playground talking about his Xbox 360 and the games he probably should be playing mainly because his parents are crap.
No, it was full on your traditional console war fight.
Okay, it was. Okay.
And I think a large part of it also had to do with that this new machine had just come out and people were wanting to justify their purchase of said new machine.
Yeah.
And maybe others were also a bit. Is it possible that jealousy also played into it?
I don't think it was jealousy because of course, you know, because the biggest complaint I've ever seen against Breath of the Wild is that the open world is kind of open and it's a little bit empty at times.
It can be.
Some of it came down to preference, and no one really realized that it was coming down to preference because, like, some people liked the fact that it was just a big open world and you could run around and do pretty much whatever you want, and there wasn't all these Ubisoft-style check marks all over the map for you to go do. They liked that about the game. Where other people said, no, yeah, that makes the game boring. It's good to have a checkmark list because you can go do them if you want, but if you want to, you can just run around and mainline the main quest, and then if you don't want to do the side quest after that, then you can just put it down and not bother with all the side mission stuff. Yeah. So it was a little bit of personal preference in how you like your open world games that was feeding into it, and no one was really acknowledging that. Which was another reason why I kind of rolled my eyes and stayed out of it, because it's like, okay, obviously this is just a different type of open world game. So whether or not I agree with some of the, if I end up, like, who knows, I could play it for 5 hours, and that's another thing is, I've seen, and this is one of those things like, okay, mate, is that I've seen some people say, it's like, oh, you didn't play any of Breath of the Wild. It's like, I played 5 hours of it. I think that's enough to know whether or not a game's going to be good. And then the person will say, oh, 5 hours is nothing for Breath of the Wild. You need to play like 20 hours before you'll know if you'll like it or not. It's like, I don't think you should need to play a game for 20 plus hours to figure out if you're going to like it or not. The first 2 or 3 hours is probably that period of time where you should figure something out.
I definitely don't think you have to finish a game to, like, say whatever you think about it, or even do a freaking review. It's like,
oh yeah,
you don't have to do everything. You just play for a few hours, and that will tell you enough.
It really does depend on the game, but with a lot of games, I feel like you should at least finish the story. Because sometimes in games, finishing the story is like just the beginning of the game. So you should probably at least finish. What is with this spot and the mortar strike?
I don't know.
I have no idea.
So I think you should probably finish the story, because it's like with Horizon Zero Dawn has a decent amount of post-game content in it. That was actually one of the improvements in Destiny 2 over Destiny Vanilla, is that there was actually stuff to do after the story was over. Also, there was a story in it, and not just I don't even have time to explain to you why I don't have time to explain to you, and that's so. So maybe with some games, you should probably maybe try to at least finish the story before publishing your final review.
Yeah, but, especially with Destiny 2. Like Destiny, if you had told me it was a great game, but there's something to do afterwards, I don't know if I want to sink $60 into it. I still enjoy the game. I just prefer Destiny 2 over Destiny 1 because there's stuff for me to do.
Yeah, that's honestly that stuff that you could do after the main story was over was honestly what actually made me buy the game and get the Forsaken bundle
DLC,
or whatever
yeah.
they called it, because if you remember correctly, the Destiny 2 was made available for free via PlayStation Plus before that came out. And so that's how I played it. I did not buy that game. I got it for free, and then I ended up, and so I got the base game for free. And I'm like, oh, you know what? I like enough of what's here that I'm going to go ahead and get the Forsaken bundle expansion that comes with the previous expansions and the.
I'm honestly surprised that you liked it. I mean,
well, it's because it was a little more. It was a little less like it was a little less like an RPG, and a little more like a Call of Duty first-person shooter campaign that just happened to have some crafting in it. So I think, and then of course and then once the story was over, then that was when it became more like an RPG, and then you needed to grind for loot and that stuff. But you could play through the 6-hour story without really having to do too much of that. Where Destiny 1 had no storyline really. And then once the story was over, it was just all right. Grind for better loot, and then wait for our $20 expansions to come out. And then after Forsaken came out, then that was when I really started looking at. It's like, okay, wait, you have to pay how much in order to continue on? And it's like it kind of seemed like, okay, this is getting past the point of you shouldn't be paying for any of this stuff in order to continue to level up. This stuff needs to be made free, or it needs to be less money or stuff like that, and that's why I didn't continue on past Forsaken, because it's like I'm not.
That's kind of what they're doing right now with the season pass. Like, you'll miss out on 1 or 2 exotic quests, but you generally have everything open to you.
And also, that was still when Bungie was with Activision before they.
I don't think it was Bungie's choice to do that. I think that was an Activision management decision.
Yeah.
Exactly, but then once they have their model, they kind of had to stick with it for a little while after leaving Activision. So, and then maybe they're reversing some of those decisions. So, because I mean, the announcement that the base game was going free to play, I thought was a good move. That was cool. So I'm kind of curious.
Speaking of Destiny 2, the game's now only like 60 gigabytes or so.
Yeah, because they deleted a bunch of stuff from it.
Yeah, they deleted a bunch of crap no one played.
Well, that makes me question stuff, because like one of the things they deleted was like an entire planet, which was Nessus, and it's like, well, hold on, isn't that required for the base game? Isn't that required for the base game?
They gave you it is all those original 4 planets were required, but what they did instead was they gave you a new storyline. It wasn't the Destiny 2 storyline. It was let me catch you up to what this new Beyond Light expansion is. Let me lay out some of the base rules of the land. These are the Vanguard. This is the Crucible. This is this.
Can you even go back and play through the base content story from Destiny 2 now?
You cannot anymore, but it may come back. It's weird.
I've got a problem with that. That is something I have a problem with, because that's
removing content.
That's something I do not agree with, because I feel like I think you should be given the option to uninstall some of that stuff. If you bought the game at launch and you played through that base game story content, 3 years before, and you're never going to go back to Nessus again, and you're just going to stick to the new planets, then sure, give you the option to uninstall that stuff, and because you're not going to be doing those quests again anymore, or stuff like that.
Come on, V1, you can do it.
But then remove that content from the game when it was in the game for forever, and then because now, this goes to the whole conversation about game preservation.
Yeah, and so here was what they were saying.
The original version of Destiny 2 doesn't exist anymore. That's weird.
I think so what they said is they're going to take it away for now, but they will bring it back after they make some improvements after a year. So basically, they're taking it away for now, so that way more people can play it. They give you a different storyline, and then they're going to fix what made those planets not fun. And in fact, the removal of these planets ties into the story. The darkness has encroached in on Earth.
That just seems like an excuse.
Kind of.
Because what was necessarily wrong with? Because it's like it's invalidating the work they put into the 6 hour so campaign from the base game. You just can't. I mean, if you wanted to create a new character, like say you wanted to create a new character and you wanted to grind all that stuff out again, you just got a new quest line. You just got a new version of the story to do and all that stuff. I mean, because I had a lot of fun playing through that story. There was some fun moments. There was some cool character interactions. There was a couple cool set pieces. I mean, sure, it was just another Death Star, but raiding Gaul's big Sun Destroyer thing, essentially in the hover tank, that was a blast. I had a smile on my face. I'm like, am I actually really enjoying Destiny right now? This is surprising to me. We're just okay. Not this. You can't play that stuff anymore. That seems wrong to me. I am very much against that.
I'm actually gonna draw the parallel here to the game we're playing right now, because that's something DICE. Yeah, that's also something DICE did. Because two of there were a couple of modes available when the game launched.
That is a stump. I was shooting at a stump.
Oh. And two of those modes were Frontlines and Domination. And then at one point, they decided to remove them from the regular rotation because, according to them, there wasn't enough players playing them. And then, like, they were kind of treating it as Rush by that point. So, like, okay, we're gonna remove this because, like, waste of game modes or something, because enough people aren't playing them or whatever, but we're gonna have them as limited time modes instead, which they had a few times for Frontlines, but I don't think Domination ever got that treatment. It's only like with the final content update that I kind of made some of these limited modes more permanent, and also with the inclusion of community games, since now people can just start whatever game they want to. So that's a good thing. But the idea of just taking something that you ship the game with and then just take it away, as we were talking about earlier with Rush, like, that's questionable at best. Because that's, like, as we were saying, like, it's a staple, but then again, it wasn't in this particular game, so I guess you can do whatever you want with that. But something that's actually in the game when it ships and then just kind of removed, even if it's just from a rotation, like, that's, I don't know about that. I don't like it.
I don't think... Honestly, those are some really good arguments.
Because so, like, when they make these improvements to the planets and stuff, and they bring them back in a year, like you say they're going to do, is then the original campaign from Destiny 2 going to be available again? Because now those planets are back, or is that quest line still going to not be there?
I will have to take a look back on what they've said. The game, it's weird. So, I'm someone who's been with it a little after the first expansion came out. Like, after Destiny 2 came out, there was this new smaller expansion, and I got a PS4 for that Christmas, so we played since then. Sorry, I'm not saying that it's a good thing that they removed that. There are pros and there are cons to removing those planets, considering no one really went to them anymore. And, really, who did who did every single raid? Who did, like, constantly every week, did every single raid? That was kind of their thought process.
I mean, you may not have the answer to this, but let's look at other big MMOs and stuff.
I was thinking World of Warcraft.
Exactly.
That would be my example.
Has World of Warcraft ever just gone? Okay, this is a thing that was in the original version of the game, and it's just gone. And I know that game's like 15 years old, and so maybe it's too extreme an example. But
I seriously wouldn't be surprised if they did remove something.
I don't know about removing, since I haven't played that game in forever. But I know they changed the...
I've been killed by debris!
Yeah, I saw that. Somehow I didn't die. I know they changed the, like a lot of the stuff and quests in the, with the Cataclysm expansion. Like, it was sort of like a, well, as the name implies, a big cataclysm that changed a large chunk of the world, giving it like a new layouts in different parts. But like the overall locations, I think, still had their like same feel and design, and there were some changes to and there were some changes to the quests, but they're like in terms of like, oh, now they're kind of like supposed to be set afterwards, but like you're still roughly doing the same thing as you used to. But as I said, I haven't played that game in forever, so I'm probably wrong on some of the details.
If you were a new player logging on for the first time, you would probably get the same quest that. If you started playing the game 10 years after it launched, you would play the same opening quest probably that a player would have played on day one. There might have just been some cosmetic changes or some slight tweaks here and there.
Yeah.
So that's even different from Destiny 2, which is like, that original main quest just doesn't exist anymore because we're those planets.
There is one thing that might have been kind of a really weird point of contention. They killed off one of the main characters.
Right.
In Forsaken.
Oh, yeah.
And in some of the older strikes, he's still in there, and it's really weird and disheartening.
Well, but so that's even different. The content, the main content, you could replace him with Mr. Epic Voice, whose name I can never remember.
Which one?
General what's his face from the game.
Oh, Zaval's awful. He's so bland and boring.
But stick with me here. You could replace that voice acting because that character is no longer alive. You could replace that voice acting, but the main content of the quest would still be there. So yes, the content has been tweaked. But the main content is still there. The thing that people worked hard on to create for launch back in 2017 is still there in one way. Largely for the most part. So that's again that's still different from just saying, this is no longer in the game.
Hurry, take this.
I would have to take a look at what Destiny 2 was like before whenever they announced that vaulting change is what they called it, the content vaults, because they recycled.
And that's dumb too, because it's like we're putting it in the vault. That's so pretentious. I think that's so pretentious of them to say. It's going in the vault.
So they brought back the moon from Destiny 1, and they added stuff onto it. They gave it lost sectors.
But that's DLC. That's stuff that was not in this game, and they're bringing it back from the original game. That's like when they bring Crash. That's when they reuse Crash or Terminal from a past Modern Warfare game and reintroduce it as a new multiplayer map. That's still different. It's recycling old content that existed in a previous game. You're using it for your new
Giant
game.
Tower.
That's not
or windmill.
They didn't remove it from Modern Warfare 2, so they could put it. They didn't remove Terminal from Modern Warfare 2, so they could put it in Modern Warfare 3. It's just recycling stuff.
Thank you.
And also, and again, it was a new game, so it's a new game that had its own maps and stuff. And then as a treat, you brought back some of the stuff from the first time around that people may have liked.
Yeah. you post some really great like things to consider, and I can totally understand why that sounds like a really bad idea. I don't know. It might just be because I'm an old player. I've been playing for so long. I don't care about doing all those old story missions again. Ah, this hurts my head.
I mean, that's also fair.
So, maybe I'm looking at this in the wrong context. Maybe you're looking at this in the wrong context. Maybe I don't know.
I don't think it's about looking at from the right or wrong context. It's just about looking things from a certain point of view.
Dang it.
See, that's a good use. That's a good use of a quote. So this is, you know, I love how, I mean, I suppose it still fits the topic of the day, talking about Battlefield 5. What went wrong with this game? How did they, you know, why was it not as successful as they maybe wanted it to be? Why has it had this negative reception? And you know, Destiny 1 to Destiny 2 is a good example of you know what went wrong with the game the first time around, and how did they fix it with the next game in the series. An AT rifle? I just got killed with an anti-tank rifle. Point blank.
You can get those. You can get those at
that's a big oof.
Yeah.
So
that just reminded me. Sorry, that just reminded. Sorry, go. Sorry, I don't know.
So this is one of those things that I think is maybe got to do with Activision's meddling, and the fact that, you know, they had their story set for Destiny, and then like 9 months before the first game came out, they completely rewrote the first game, which is why it had that, you know, that lack of a story in Destiny Vanilla that everyone kind of hated and all that stuff. So this may have some stuff to do with that. But
what happened? I'm sorry. You're
the big Destiny person. You don't know this.
No, I only played the game. I didn't know any of the controversy surrounding it. So you know those big Dorito triangle ships?
Yep. That they've been teasing forever. Those were originally supposed to be the enemies in the game, and all this other stuff. They had their story set, and voice actors done, and all this other stuff. And and they were working on it for Destiny, but then there's a big behind the scenes shuffle. And a lot of the old guys at Bungie that, you know, had helped create Halo and all this stuff, they quote unquote left the company. The Activision fired them. They were let go, and the entire story Bible for Destiny was essentially rewritten overnight, and the game was 9 months from being shipped. So why
were they fired in the first place?
There's conflicting reports on all that. It was that they knew the game was not going to come out on time, and they wanted more time. And Activision said, "No, we put out a Call of Duty every year. We don't delay our games. Are you crazy?" And when they didn't budge, they were, you know, it's a big. And I think I may be misremembering some stuff, but it's an interesting story. Go look at it. But the key point here is that at the end of it is that they threw out all of their lore and rewrote it overnight, and a lot of things changed, and then they've slowly sort of kind of been reincorporating some of those original ideas as the years have gone by, like I poked fun at the lady character, the robot lady character from the first Destiny that said, I don't even have to explain why I don't have time to explain. She was like originally supposed to be the main character.
Huh.
And then she was just gutted and removed from the game altogether. And I don't think she's appeared since, has she?
She has, actually. She's come back.
Oh, okay. So
the recent expansion, because that makes sense now. She's tied up.
But from 2014 to 2020 to reintroduce her because of how screwed up the story got. So that explains all you need to know right there. So maybe this has something to do with it. So what I'm going to complain about here has something to do with it. But a lot of because of this. But a lot of the things about Destiny that I like are the things in Destiny that are not ever talked about and are not ever explored. And it's like, well, this is actually an interesting thing in your lore, and you're just not going to talk about it. And so I'm getting to that.
Sorry.
So just wait. So my favorite expansion from Destiny 2 is not Forsaken, like a lot of people would. And again, that's where I stop. So, you know, a lot of people would probably say Forsaken is the best. That's their favorite expansion from the game. It's not mine. My favorite, and part of that is because it's like, okay, why is Nolan North doing a Nathan Fillion impression? This is weird. It's like, why didn't they just get Nathan Fillion back? Oh, it's because he was too expensive, so they wrote him out of the game, and they had to get Nolan North to replace him because they already had him on tap. So that's not my favorite expansion from the game. My favorite expansion is everyone's least favorite expansion, the one that went back to Mars. The I can't remember the name of it, but whichever one went back to Mars.
Yeah, the War Mines.
War Mind. That's my favorite expansion because of the main character they introduced.
Anna Bray.
Anna Bray.
Rasputin.
And Rasputin, in her story, wanting to uncover her past. And here comes Zavala, like the Jedi Council, going, that's forbidden. You can't think about your past. You can't, ever investigate who you were before you died originally. That's not allowed. And I'm like, why is it not allowed? And then the game never tells me why it's not allowed. It's like, do I have to read a grimoire card to figure that out? Why is digging into your past frowned upon? Why is that something dangerous? Now, in her specific case, I can kind of maybe see why it's dangerous because it seems like she has some ties to this Rasputin AI that has nukes on his side or something like that. So maybe that I can see, but why is my character forbidden from maybe looking into his past? Why is Zavala forbidden from looking? Why are any of these Guardians who have been written? It's like, I can think of logical explanations why, but the game never tells me that, and so I'm just sitting here thinking to myself, that's really something interesting to explore. Can you please explore that? And the game just goes, nah, we're not going to explore that. Please buy our cosmetics of real money.
Yeah, actually, they have. So it's funny you bring up Anna. She's back, sort of. They tap in this newest expansion. They tap into Bray exoscience, basically how the exo race came to be, and like it's just some of their lore because it's all on Europa, I guess. Anna died? I don't know. It's really unclear what happened right before Beyond Light took over. The Traveler became the regular Circle. Gold did things.
Oh, so it repaired itself. Got it.
Yeah, it repaired itself in an event that I missed because no one told me.
Let me get in, Dice.
Oh, it's actually kind of creepy to see 3 people at once climbing inside.
See, and that's another problem I have with those animations is that you get overlaps like that. Just let me poof appear in it.
Yeah, so the darkness took over these plants that they were vaulting, and I know you don't like it, but that's what happened. And their fate was unclear. They didn't specifically say that they died. We really don't know what happened to him. One of the other characters, Eris Morn, survived a couple of years in like a hive. Like a hive place?
Oh, that's the witch lady, right?
Yeah, that's the witch lady. She managed to survive without getting killed without her ghost, which means she would have died.
Right. So she just,
I forgot that was a thing.
Yeah, she got super lucky, and then and she actually learned. She was one of the first to hint at using the darkness as a weapon. Which for a future expansion, I kind of want to go up against the Vanguard and specifically Zavala. Because of that whole don't look into your past thing, but also he comes down in the main quest for Beyond Light, saying he doesn't like that you're using the darkness. He specifically.
This guy's reminding me more and more of Mace Windu.
I was about to say that precisely.
Citizen.
I'm sorry, citizen, but this is a matter for the council to discuss.
You know,
I mean, he's even a bald black guy. I mean, the design is even similar.
You know isn't that almost every Keith David character?
It's Keith David is not the voice of Zavala. I know that.
Oh, who was it? Who was it?
That's what I'm saying. I can't remember that actor's name.
He played the guy who originally helmed the Normandy in ME1.
Wasn't he also in Horizon Zero Dawn?
he was also in Horizon Zero Dawn. I think that's where I heard him first, and he was also in DuckTales 2017.
Oh yeah, that's right. As one of the Moon guys.
Yep.
That was hilarious.
Yeah. To hear, because he's got a great voice. I love his voice. It's so to hear his hear his voice, to hear that epic voice, which I'm used to hearing him giving me commands in Destiny, going Scrooge McDuck and his forces must be stopped. It's like, okay, this is just hilarious.
So, yeah, I really don't like Zavala's character. Ikora's has a unique backstory, just really poor execution. Zavala's just so bland and boring. I don't care.
Sherman, there's a Sherman tank.
Oh no. So if they set him up as a villain, that would be really interesting. Because this whole time I was using the darkness power. But the thought that came to my mind was, did you ever play Jedi Knight games?
No. They're a little too old.
A little too old for you? You can run them on your PC.
I don't mean that they're too old for me. I mean that they're too old. I haven't gotten they're in this backlog of things that I was too young to play them when they were first out, and so I haven't been and I haven't been around. I haven't gotten played the super bad looking versions on PC. So it's kind of one of those, like, if they do like an HD remaster one of these days, then maybe I'll
brought it to Switch and PS4.
Oh well, maybe the Switch is a great place for that, because I found that playing a lot of old PS2 games on my Vita is great. Like that's where I played the Sly Cooper games. There's a sniper up on the hill.
Okay, can I? Depressed.
I keep dying. You people keep reviving me. Like...
Start shooting in that direction. Maybe he'll ignore us.
I have a big stonking machine gun.
He's at half health. He's moving.
And he still got... No, that was another one that got me.
Oh, there's more than one!
This is getting out of hand.
We already made the joke. Okay, maybe I'm just bitter because I didn't use a quote good enough.
Ow.
Oh, there's a guy...
Oh, he's in here! He's in here!
That was kind of awesome to see.
I love the executions in this game.
Grenade!
They're so good. Watch out for those wrist rockets. It doesn't work. I wish it did, though.
Same guy got me with the Gewehr. Hate that gun.
Yeah, but... Oh, Jedi Knight. So, in Jedi Academy, the last game in the Jedi Knight series, you see Luke, and he talks about how you can use your... It's not what powers you use, it's how you use your powers that determines whether you're a Jedi or a Sith.
Right. Yeah, that's one of those where I haven't played the games, but their impact has definitely been felt on the storytelling of the Force in canon things. So I'm kind of aware of some of the impact they've had, but I've not necessarily ever played them.
So I would love to... So Zavala doesn't directly say that at all. The only person who acknowledges that it can be used for good are the Stranger, Eris Morn, the Drifter of all people. Do you remember him at all?
That doesn't surprise me, because the Drifter is the guy that's got that illegal "let's go fight aliens
Gambit.
and I'll give you coins for it." I mean, so that doesn't surprise me at all.
Yeah, and not your Ghost. Your Ghost actually complains about it, about using the darkness and how he feels away from the Traveler.
Well, I mean, he
is a being of light,
baby Traveler made of light, so that makes sense.
And so maybe I can see why he hates it, but
I'm surprised it doesn't have any other adverse effects on him. Like, I feel sick.
He does say he feels queasy, but I'm guessing he got used to it.
Because that's one of those things that it would be an interesting... Let me deploy. Is if, like, over time, it started to weaken your ghost and or something, and then if you keep you can keep using these powers, you're more powerful, but then I may not be able to bring you back if you die, because you're too corrupted by the darkness or something along the lines of that.
Yeah,
I'm just now realizing I have a artillery cannon tied to the back of my vehicle.
Oh yeah, that's a thing too. Shoot the
the
plane!
8-pounder. Where is he?
It just took off from the airfield.
Okay.
So it's probably gonna
Yeah.
come
See,
around
this-
to get us.
I mean, this is what they used in that.
That's basically the
story
Tachanka.
mission.
Yeah.
This is what they used in that story mission. It's just a multiplayer map. What? No wonder I was having problems with the whole stealth thing. Yeah, this isn't built for stealth. This is built for all-out combat. What were they thinking?
Well, there were like 2 ways you could have completed that. You could either plant the bomb, you could detonate it with like C4, or you can use a plane and bomb the targets.
Yeah, that's what I did because I couldn't get close enough using stealth because there would be people because someone would see me out of the corner of their eye, and so I just ended up running for the planes.
Which that is one thing I admire about the Battlefield 5 campaign, or specifically that mission. There were different ways to approach my problem. And I love that in games.
But were there really? Because the stealth didn't work, so you couldn't really...
I stealthed it because I picked up the Commando Carbine, which has a suppressor built into it. Oh. It's never stated out loud, but it has a suppressor built into the gun. Oh, that's where he is.
Yeah, I got him.
Yeah, isn't it funny that the most interesting characters for me in Destiny, it's the ones who aren't good or evil. They're like in the middle of the road.
Well, I mean
they have flaws.
That's oftentimes true for any character. Forget about Destiny. That's just how you write good characters. They need to have flaws. There needs to be not necessarily every character needs to be morally ambiguous, but there needs to be something to them where you need to see that they're not perfect. I mean, that's why a lot of people have problems with Rey in the sequel trilogies.
No training.
No training. She's too perfect. She can do things too easily, and then they try to explain it away. She picked up all these force powers because she's naturally very gifted, and she picked them up when Kylo Ren read her mind because a door opens both ways. It's like, okay, I guess I can buy that, but that's a little too easy of an explanation there.
What about Anakin then? Wasn't he the chosen one, quote unquote?
Ah!
Yeah, wasn't Anakin the chosen one? Like, what's the story now?
There's 2 chosen ones, or 2 different scenarios.
And how do you feel about that? Just curious. You seem to be more appreciative of the sequels than I am.
Oh, I totally am. But even I know that I'm kind of in the middle where there's a lot of things the sequels don't do that I don't like, but at the same time, at the end of the day, it's still Star Wars, and I can't knock it for being good Star Wars when it is actually being good Star Wars. It's just that they should have. It definitely would have been better if they had gone in with a plan. And so some of the stuff definitely feel because for as much flack as The Last Jedi gets, I still feel like of the 3, it was the one that was actually put together the best. And
get out!
It actually had ideas and themes that it wanted to explore while expanding on the story. While Force Awakens was, hey, let's just do A New Hope again. And
that was something I did. After
was
that was something I liked about Last Jedi. I actually ended up finding it my favorite out of the sequel trilogy.
Yeah, same.
I don't know if it's because Poe was awesome. I don't know if it was because...
And then Rise of Skywalker was people didn't like Episode 8, so we gotta undo all that. But even then, I still like Rise of Skywalker more than The Force Awakens because of all this stuff The Last Jedi did do meant that they couldn't go beat for beat Return of the Jedi again, and even then JJ still tried to in places do beat for beat Return of the Jedi because I said after Last Jedi came out, I was like, well, they can't do the throne room scene in Episode 9 now, and then what happens? We get another throne room scene. So there's 2 back-to-back movies with throne room scenes. It's like, what the heck, JJ? You don't have an original bone in your body. You're a good director. You just need to stay out of the writer's room. So I don't, because here's the thing, everyone points at Star Trek 2009 as being, JJ is good with storytelling, and it's like, but did you look at the written by credit at the end of Star Trek 2009? It was not written by him. That movie was written by the people that wrote the first Transformers movie.
Oh, really?
So, and also the Amazing Spider-Man and the Amazing Spider-Man 2. And again, the things that people don't like in the first Transformers movies, that was Michael Bay putting a little bit too much of himself in that script. JJ had nothing to do with the story of Star Trek 2009. He also didn't have anything to do with the story of Mission Impossible 3, which is arguably the movie that got him Star Trek 2009. After he also helped co-create Lost.
That's interesting.
Because Lost was the big thing, that because JJ did come up with the initial concept and created that series, but famously he didn't have an idea for an ending for it, and that's one of the shows everyone points to that it had a good start but a horrible ending. JJ doesn't know how to do endings because he relies too much on his stupid mystery box idea. The mystery box is an interesting concept to start your story with, but that's a starting point when you begin your writing. It cannot be the whole thing your writing hinges on, and that's the big problem with Abrams.
Yeah.
So you look at Star Trek 2009. He didn't have anything to do with that story. He just directed. It had a good story. He just directed it very well, and he got charming and well liked actors to play these parts. So. And some of that was even done for him when they of course, who are you going to use for old Spock from the original timeline? Well, original Spock. So that wasn't necessarily
that's attack. Get out of this.
Yeah. That wasn't necessarily something difficult to for him to figure out how to cast.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. I also find it interesting that the old school Trekkie fans have said that movie is a bad Star Trek movie, but it's a good Star in a weird way.
Which is another reason he got the job for Force Awakens. But he shouldn't. And honestly, there are a lot of good moments that I do like about. Again, it's that third act that really ruins. It doesn't ruin the movie, but that's definitely where I'm going to say spoils. That spoils the rest of the movie because. Looking at now the completed sequel trilogy, they had a good trilogy on their hands if they had just swapped the finales of Rise of Skywalker and Force Awakens, where imagine if at the end of Force Awakens the entire gigantic First Order fleet appeared over Hosnian Prime and started to pelt it with laser fire from orbit. Just think about that from a visual sense. And also think about that, and that's also the line that Han uses in A New Hope when Alderaan is destroyed, and they realize that, and he says, it's like Obi-Wan says, Alderaan's been destroyed by the Empire. And he says that's impossible. It'd take an entire Starfleet with more firepower than I've ever seen to do that. And then they get interrupted by the TIE Fighter. Imagine the visual of an entire Starfleet with more firepower than you've ever seen before, annihilating a planet from orbit. How cool would that be to see? To me, that visually, that is a much better ending than another giant death ball in space. And so going from there, if you do, again, as much as I have mixed feelings about it, if you do want to bring Palpatine back in Episode 9 and reveal that he was the Grand Vizier all along, he was the one that really was planning everything from the start, then wouldn't it make sense that moron Palpatine would not learn from his mistakes and he would build another giant death ball? He would be the one that would go forward with that plan. So his grand finale, the final order is here, and I'm going to blow up every New Republic aligned system at once with the Starkiller base. Wouldn't that make more sense for him to do that instead of these wannabe Empire folks that you would hope would have learned from the mistakes of the Empire and not build a giant death ball? It's like you can do familiar things. You can do again. If you look at Phantom Menace even has familiar things to A New Hope with Anakin blowing up the Trade Federation control ship. But again, but there's enough different in the whole rest of that movie, and the plot is different enough that the familiar things are familiar, but they don't distract you because they're so familiar. And it's as George Lucas says, it's like poetry. It
rhymes.
As opposed to Force Awakens, which is like, this isn't poetry, you straight up copied my homework.
Run!
I have to ask,
I got you. I got you.
idea with the Star Destroyers, did you come up with that on the fly, or is it something you thought about?
Yeah.
So I thought of that years ago. I think I even mentioned it on a stream years ago. And then when they brought in all the Star Destroyers from Rise of Skywalker, I went, oh, they had the same idea. So they're gonna start bombing planets from orbit, and then they go, no, they have giant Death Star guns underneath them. I'm like, seriously? So it's just a fleet of mini Death Stars. Got it. Okay, thanks. You still don't have any original ideas.
Okay, I don't know if that makes things better or worse, because I was actually thinking, wow, did Prentice just make up a better idea for the sequel trilogy on the fly than the people that actually did it?
I wouldn't call it on the fly, but it is an idea that just popped into my head at a moment's notice, because I think again, I can't remember if we were streaming this or if we were just playing, or maybe I don't know. Maybe I had this conversation with someone at college, before, back in the days when you could actually see people in person. I don't know.
What was that like?
I have so many conversations about so many things that I can't remember where they were, but I know for a fact that I came up with this idea like 2-3 years ago, and it was kind of wouldn't that be interesting? Wouldn't that be an interesting thing to expound upon? And so I will say, even though it's my favorite of the three, Last Jedi is still a very flawed movie. There were a lot of great ideas in that movie, but not all of them were. Again,
no.
the Last Jedi is the Mario of Star Wars, where there's so much hyperbolic, and we know this for sure.
Yeah.
But there's so much hyperbolic speak around that movie that it's hard to have an intelligent conversation about it, because there are very few people that say, "Oh yeah, overall I like the movie. It did some things really well. It did other things not so well. But it's not this. But because it's either this is the best movie ever, or I hate this movie. It's awful."
Is it fair to call it the best out of the trilogy, but still not my favorite?
I would say that. I would certainly say that. Some people are going to say Force Awakens, but again, that's
just episode 4 too. Yeah, I'm trying to think back to the similarities between like the prequels and the original trilogy. Like we saw, it's kind of like the reverse of Luke's progression.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It was where father failed, son succeeded.
Right.
I apologize, that was my dad.
Or did Anakin succeed? I mean, it was supposed to bring balance to the Force, and how many Jedi were there compared with the Sith?
That is honestly the big problem I have with the sequel trilogy, because it does sort of kind of make some of those things muddy. I mean, they have to explain away that there's now 2 prophecies about the Chosen One. There's the Chosen One that will bring balance to the Force, and then there's the Chosen One that will destroy the Sith for all time, and that's who Rey was. It's like, well, hold on, why is that 2 different people and not the same? Because by destroying the Sith forever, isn't that also bringing balance to the Force? So it's one of the, again, the only reason it's like that is because they did not plan things out, and they're trying to justify.
Wouldn't balance to the Force ultimately mean that neither side are at each other's throats? And that's the thing that the Last Jedi, I think, that a lot of people think that the Last Jedi was kind of getting to, is that you can't have too much light, you can't have too much dark. True balance of the Force is the gray in between, where you should not be using the Force for your own benefit, which is what the dark side is, but using some of its powers is not necessarily a bad thing either. That gray in between is the better. And then, of course, Luke saying that the legacy of the Jedi is ultimately failure, which it is. Which it is. I mean, if a lot of people got upset over that line, but it is. If the legacy of the Jedi was not failure, then we wouldn't have had a great Jedi purge. We wouldn't have had episodes 4, 5, and 6. The Sith would have never risen to prominence again, because the Jedi would have actually been doing their job. But the Jedi got too complacent, and that's why, and too arrogant,
and that's why they fell. Luke was ultimately wrong about the status of the Jedi in the galaxy, but him saying that the galaxy did need the Jedi. It wasn't time for the Jedi to end, but the Jedi Order as it had existed in the past, that was probably not the best way to go about it. And Luke tried to recreate that, and that's why he failed, because that order of doctrine of how the Jedi Order existed was not sustainable. Because it's interesting to look. There was a limited run one-off comic series called The Rise of Kylo Ren that really dug into Ben Solo's fall to the dark side and him joining the Knights of Ren and him becoming Kylo Ren and donning the mask for the first time and all that. And it dug into a little bit of what Luke Skywalker's Jedi Temple was like and what the training was like. And it was, he wasn't as stringent on some things as the Jedi of old were, but that's probably because he didn't have the official Jedi handbook to go by, so he was having to make some things up on the fly. But in a lot of ways, it still was the light good, dark bad, don't go toward the dark. Which, it's not surprising that Luke would say that, given, look at who his teachers were, Obi-Wan and Yoda, and they were very much in that camp. And then who were his biggest adversaries? The people that were all dark. So from his point of view, yes, the light would be all good and the dark would be all bad. And it would need to take someone like, a gray in between like Rey to kind of open his eyes to see the Jedi Order as it was does not need to continue on,
Also, look at this vehicle. I want this. I want to drive this.
This thing is so weird. This thing is so crazy. I love it. This is almost something out of steampunk.
I want this as a car. I want this to be my vehicle.
Just a tiny little tank treads, and this thing is hilarious. I love it.
Imagine your next Uber guy comes up in one of these. What you do?
Yeah. All right, man the M23 cannon on top. We're going to take Bravo.
Meanwhile, I have to run there by myself forever alone.
The one question is, Yoda figured out that the Jedi texts were flawed, right? Is that the
Correct.
conclusion he came to?
Yeah.
How did he come to that conclusion, and more accurately, when?
We have to presume it was after he became one with the Force, because when you're one with the Force, you have basically all cosmic knowledge now. So it was probably he became one with the Force, and then he he had the whole, hey, here's how things should work. He went, oh, I'm a dummy.
Yeah, that must have been like a really certified oof moment, becoming a Force ghost and learning that, a lot of the stuff I talked about and said, those were wrong.
and that's one. But oh no tank.
Oh, we're fine.
We're not fine. A friendly tank just totally pushed us off this bridge. Oh, and there he goes! He's coming down with us!
Oh my god.
You idiot! But it's interesting, I don't think Yoda totally had, because you look at the way he taught things in Empire Strikes Back, and it was, that very much stringent, light is good and dark is bad.
Yeah.
But he definitely, after his experience, he did kind of loosen up on some things to a degree, and he saw the flaw, at least from a doctrine standpoint. He did see the flaws in the Jedi Code, because the conversations that Ezra has with and Kanan, for that matter, that Ezra has with Yoda in Rebels is very much Yoda saying that we were saying what Luke said in Return of the Jedi, or excuse me, The Last Jedi, is the Jedi Order was flawed. We grew too complacent and too arrogant, and that's why we fell. We tried to rely too much on the Force instead of using our own eyes. We were not in the moment enough, and etc. As we know what went wrong with the Jedi Order, one of the most interesting things that I think Yoda says in Rebels to Ezra is is the whole thing about fear, because there's that classic quote from Yoda in Phantom Menace saying, fear leads to anger, anger leads to hate, hate leads to suffering. That that is the path towards the dark side. So, a Jedi spends his entire life, his or her entire life, training against fear. But ultimately, what do they have? They have a fear of fear, don't they?
Yeah.
So you need to learn to live with your fear, and instead of using that as something to strive against, use that as something to motivate you to protect everyone. But you still have to be wary of it, because if you delve too much into fear, then that is the path towards the dark side, because then you take that fear and you become selfish with it, as Anakin did. He feared for the loss of Padme. He feared for the loss of his mother, and ultimately that stuff is what drove him to the dark side. But fear on its own is not necessarily something that is dark. So you look at Yoda in Phantom Menace, and you look at Yoda at the time of Rebels in the original trilogy. That's a huge change. And people say Rebels is a kid's show.
Yeah.
I still need to finish that.
You really
I
should.
stopped because I had. So what happened? I was on season 1, episode 12, and I had this really nerdy excitement, and I couldn't contain it. I had to stop. I had to call it quits because Lando had come on the scene.
Ah, Lando.
Ah.
So it was this really.
It's RA.
So I had this really big nerd. I have no idea how to place it. Basically, I had a stimulus overload. Yes. So okay, yeah, you know what? Let's just take a break, because I've got the Bad Batch to nerd over about later. That looks good.
I mean, it's Clone Wars Season 8. That's all it is.
Yeah.
And I'm not complaining. That's not to detract from it. I mean, it's out.
Yeah.
Yep.
I saw the sizzle reel.
I mean, yeah, that's what I mean. The sizzle reel. I mean, for Pete's sake, the ending of it was literally the Clone Wars logo burning away to be Bad Batch. I mean, they're not pretending that this is really a new show. They're treating it as Clone Wars Season 8, and I love that. I love how we went from we're not going to ever get any more Clone Wars ever to we're basically getting 2+ more seasons of it. I love that.
Also, can we get a Batch game like Revolver Commando?
See, that's one of those things. If DICE ever does get around to making a Battlefront 3, I don't think it's going to be stuck in one era. I think we will get stories from all. I think they could definitely do a thing like they did with Battlefield 1 and 5, where it is
war
vignettes
stories.
and war story vignettes, and we get some stuff from the Clone Wars. We get some stuff from the original trilogy. We get some stuff from the sequel trilogy, and then there's. But instead of them being totally separate vignettes, I think there would be connective tissue.
Okay.
You start the game as this squad of clones, and you find and you capture this planet from the Separatists. Then years later, the Empire has a base on this planet that is still in operation from the days when it was captured by the Republic, and now they're using it for some sort of experimentation or something like that. And then the Rebellion comes in to chase them off the planet. And then years later, during the Age of the Resistance, the First Order rules the galaxy. Supreme Leader Kylo Ren is making his mark on the galaxy, and he wants to revive the science project that the Empire was working on. And so then he gets a scientist to start working on it. It's like, I don't know. I mean, let's just say that to use something that's pre-existing. Maybe it's the Blue Shadow virus.
Ooh.
Like they're trying to bring back the Blue Shadow virus, and so then this lab that the clones took and established a base on was a Site B for the Blue Shadow virus after the main Naboo.
They got out of
the main Naboo lab was taken out by Anakin and company.
I mean,
what if some got out?
You could sort of argue that the Battlefront 2 campaign already had that war story style with Iden Versius campaign being together with several missions with the original trilogy cast.
Yeah, but the difference between war stories and
it's not the same thing, obviously, but it's kind of like what I'm thinking about.
Yeah, I mean, I think if they had not, because the biggest problem with that campaign is that it was advertised as this is your main character for the campaign, and now we're going and you're also going to be fighting from the side of the Imperials, and then all of a sudden, oh well, she's a rebel now. Oh well, here now you're playing the back half of the campaign mainly as cast from the original trilogy, and not playing as the.
There's the spawn beacon and a sniper.
Okay.
So that was that and so because of that, the characters weren't as well developed as they could have been, and so then that really distracted from everything. So that was kind of the problem with that. Where with a more that dude was dead. No, no, he was doing the whole roll around. I need to be revived thing on the ground. He was not alive.
You don't see their revive needed animations. Sorry.
Do you not? Okay. I
no.
I was not aware of that, so I saw him moving around, and I thought that was the I need to be revived roll. No wonder. I'm glad. All right, so that was my ignorance rather than stupidity there. Good.
What I would want if they were going to do like a War Story style thing, which honestly, it's a really interesting thing. You don't focus on one character. Make it different gameplay styles. Make not like oh, this one's going to be all tanks. No, make it to where I get in the tank and I get out of the tank.
Oh,
but have the tank have the tank be an integral part of it.
That goes back to our sandbox argument from Battlefield 1.
Yeah.
And no, I totally see what you're saying. Yeah, I agree with that because it opens things up a little more and it takes away from some of that linearity that can be a problem with first-person shooter campaigns.
Make
it's more than just a turret section. Start things out and have you be driving driving an ATTE towards the objective, and then
oh no, it breaks down. Go get a battery or something like that. To steal from Battlefield 1's story.
Yeah.
There's a sniper. Sorry.
Behind us, really? I assumed he was all the way on the other ridge.
Yeah, sorry, I meant to point him out.
Be appreciated.
Speaking of call-outs, Aruni, am I right?
Wait, speaking of what?
Call-outs. Got him.
I'm not sure I get it. What's Aruni?
Whenever we talk about call-outs, it's usually in a context of Rainbow Six.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So then what about Aruni?
Have you seen any gameplay of her?
None whatsoever.
It's weird. I don't like her. I like her design.
Well, she's a new operator in the game, so of course we don't like her.
Oh, but I liked Fisher. I'm not even going to designate him with that name, with his code name.
See, I judging from what I saw, I did not like Fisher because Sam Fisher because it's like he's just kind of another. It's what my complaints about all of the newer operators in Siege are. It's just a slight tweak on a pre-existing operator. I mean, there's some differences, yeah, but they're not big enough. He's essentially Twitch again. It's just that his instead of having a drone that you can pilot, he has a little thing that you stick in the wall, and honestly, it's like yes, there's only one shock, but remember back in the day when Twitch only had like one or two shocks on her Twitch drone,
3 or 5, I can't remember.
And now she has unlimited, but they only do 1 damage. So, but they used to do like 50 damage per shock or something crazy like that.
It was like it was 20. At least whenever I played before the change.
I think back at launch it was something like 50. Like you could be shocked twice from a Twitch drone and be dead. I think it was something crazy like that back in the day, like a whole 5 years ago. Because it's December 2020. The game came out in December of 2015, so it's been 5 years.
I feel old, and I've only been playing the game for a year.
Loka got it at launch, so how do you think he feels?
Yeah, I was actually about to say, like, it would be really useful if the guy that actually played it at launch had any insights, but I can barely remember anything from that time except that it had different lighting, and it had night maps. I'm not sure. I see a lot of people saying the old lighting was worse. I can neither confirm nor deny that because I don't really remember much from that time, but I do miss the night maps.
Yeah. So,
Even though a lot
like,
of people kind of hate them because poor visibility.
But that's what made them interesting. Is when they did come up, it presented another challenge.
Yeah.
kind of like the dynamic weather in Battlefield 1 and the fog. That will always be something I admire from Battlefield 1. I love that idea of changing your gameplay style because you can't see well or...
Yeah. Although, to be fair, I think the complaints for the night maps were, like, very much attached to the way the lightning used to work. But now that I've changed it, I wouldn't be opposed to bring back night maps. Please, Ubisoft.
So,
Please.
here's an idea. If they were going to do like a Bad Batch or Republic Commando, I really don't care. They both have the same level of... Like, honestly, they all kind of do the same thing, except for, who's the guy with the chain gun?
The Bad Batch are commandos. They're just an eccentric team of commandos.
They could do an original Rainbow Six style of gameplay. Squad-based, and you tell your crew to sneak in, or blast open the door, throw in flash, or throw in frag. Breach. Like combine not Ghost Recon, Rainbow Six, like, Vegas with Republic Commando, and that's what I want to see.
Soldiers, we have lost objective George.
That's definitely not a unique perspective. I've heard some people say stuff like that before, but that's, unfortunately, I feel like that's just kind of in the more or less the pipe dream scenario right now, which...
Well, because Republic Commando was so good, they greenlit a sequel, and then they canned it. Wow, it hurt to be a Star Wars game developer back in the 2000s.
Yeah, the 1313 developers know all about that.
13,
they know all that
hurts because I love that idea of Uncharted style meets Star Wars style, like storytelling styles and gameplay, along with like what all do we see of like Lower Coruscant?
Basically in the Clone Wars, and that's it.
Yep.
Any novelizations touch on?
I mean, there is the occasional trek down to the lower levels in some novels, but most of it is just exactly what we see in the Clone Wars. I mean, they've even specifically gone to level 1313, but I mean, it's the depiction is exactly what we see in the Clone Wars. There's nothing new or interesting, unique takes on it.
I mean, other than poverty and crime. What if there was a terrorist cell on the lower things of like Coruscant, on the lower levels of Coruscant?
Well, okay, so
and you send in the...
I'm trying to think here. They sort of kind of touched on that idea a little bit, and I'm trying to think what book. There's so many books. There's so many books that I've read. I'm trying to think of which one it was. Because actually, so now a terrorist cell specifically operating on Coruscant. Now that is straight out of Republic Commando 000, the second of the Republic Commando novel. That's my favorite one of the bunch. It's so good.
I know. I'm a lazy reader. I only read books with pictures.
Oh no.
So
call me weeboo because I'm worthless.
That has definitely been done before. But I mean, of course, as we know, those books are not canon. Oh, that is a weird looking tank.
Where?
Right in front of me.
Oh, that's a double. Oh, yeah, I see it now, and I noticed I ran in front of it. Completely oblivious.
I'll get you. Those are the anti-air tanks. Those are actually really fun. Dang it.
So yeah, it's been done before, but of course that's non-canon. In terms of canon, it wasn't really a focus, but it was touched upon that there was some sort of and I suppose technically this would be a terrorist cell, but from the perspective of the Empire, but they were rebels. There was a rebel cell operating on the lower levels of Coruscant. They're mentioned in
what the heck?
I'll fix you, soldier.
I'm trying to remember the subtitles. Thrawn Alliances. Thrawn Alliances. because Thrawn goes down to the lower levels and he kind of sniffs some of that stuff out. Also, in that specific section, it reintroduced the Cathar into canon, which was nice. Which are the kind of the now that you have the KOTOR games, you'll be running into some Cathar. They're kind of these tiger people.
Okay.
So that's fun. But again, not a major focus. But the Aftermath trilogy also had a rebel uprising on Coruscant in the aftermath of the destruction of the second Death Star and the death of the Emperor the first time around. Actually, it's funny because in the special editions of Return of the Jedi, they added all those extra scenes, and there's the one on Coruscant, and you can see a statue of Palpatine being torn down and the stormtrooper being tossed around by the crowd. That is the specific scene that is referenced in the Aftermath trilogy, and that's because everyone on Coruscant was out cheering, going, "Hey, the Emperor's dead, the Death Star's gone, hooray!" But then, of course, since it's Coruscant, that there's a very heavy Imperial military presence there, and so there was a riot that was started once the statue was torn down, and then that was when the seeds of rebellion started blowing up on
two
Coruscant.
tanks, one going south, another one going or west, another one coming up east onto D.
On tank. I'm hiding.
On B road.
And it's funny. Do you know who as we know from different games and books, there were these different military leaders in the Empire that kind of took control.
One of their tanks.
Don't fire the gun there. That kind of took control, because your emperor is dead, so there's a power vacuum, so everyone's trying to grab what little power they can. But in terms of a political standpoint, who was the de facto leader of the empire after the emperor died?
Who, the emperor?
Well, again, that's one of those things. I feel like Palpatine didn't come back until like maybe 5 years before Force Awakens. I don't think he had been around that long. But anyway, the de facto leader of the Empire was Masa Meda, who was he's that guy that's standing next to Palpatine in the Senate during the prequels and the Clone Wars. He's got the blue skin and those weird horns.
T-Rex, the like Triceratops horns. Yeah.
Yeah, that guy.
I wonder if he hated that the Jedi dinosaur dude. I can't remember his name. He died off too quickly. In Attack of the Clones, the dinosaur.
Attack of the Clones, yeah.
Also,
Jango
speaking
shot him off the balcony.
Yeah, speaking of dead things, Rip Jeans guy.
Oh yeah, Jeans guy. I never even saw him. I only ever saw the screenshot online. I didn't even catch him.
Yeah, so Rip Jeans guy. Yeah, someone was saying like they use CGI to remove Jeans guy, but not fix Ahsoka's little twirly thingies.
Her Leku. And then,
Leku, thank you. It sounded Japanese. I couldn't remember
the horns
why.
that are on her on top of her head, those are the Montrals. Which
Montrals
those weren't really long enough either. Oh, those weren't really those none of that stuff was really long enough. But the explanation that they needed it for stunt purposes, okay, that's fine. I can accept that. That's whatever.
Oh, aren't like who was the there was some meme that went around. It was like whenever they saw Ahsoka's live action actress, like I guess she and Hayden had been dating or something.
I don't think they dated, but they definitely know each other. Because I was reading an interview about Rosario Dawson taking on the role of Ahsoka, and like one of her first movie roles was alongside Hayden Christensen.
Oh, was it Higher Grounds?
but sniper.
Where?
But it was in front of me. Yeah, down below.
We need to move. We need to move.
That's the tank.
I think it's
That's
a flak
the
concept.
That's the easier tank. But
Where?
But I think they also attended like some of the same acting classes as well. So they've known each other for a long time.
Oh, it's all the way over there.
I tagged it 100 meters. Go 100 meters.
Fix yourself with that.
Turn disabled. Go.
I barely missed that last shot.
I'll try to keep you alive.
Behind you.
Come on.
Yeah, there's a sniper behind. Yeah, there you go, Loka.
Yeah.
Good job.
I'm here,
on.
mate.
Thank you.
On your
I'll
feet,
take-
soldiers.
Listen, soldiers, we are losing objective.
Also, okay, so
And here is some ammo. Ah,
Defend the objective.
there we go.
there's an enemy medic. Oh, you got him.
Yep. Can you get that revive? I'll watch us.
Yep. I got you.
Got you, soldier.
Very good. Grenade up and over.
Oh, guy charging
Whoa.
me with a bayonet. Nice, thanks.
Okay. Nice!
that-
Way to go,
I-
lads!
I shot out a prop.
Yeah, it would. So I am really excited for the KOTOR games. I loved what little I played of Mass Effect. So to see kind of like how it started, like I know there's no like it's turn-based combat, but I've come to respect turn-based. It's not my favorite, but I'll deal with it.
That's sort of the thing that's kept me from playing KOTOR because it's available on all. Because you can play it on iOS for Pete's sake, but so that's kind of the thing that's kept me away from KOTOR. Is that turn-based? It's not necessarily my thing.
In my opinion, turn-based done right. Seriously, I know you probably won't get a chance to, but check out an Atlas JRPG like Persona or Shin Megami Tensei. The way they do it is really well done, and it doesn't feel dull, and it's not overly complicated. Like you know what to do and what to like how to use your abilities to your benefit. Like the main. Like, I'm going to take Persona 5, for example. The whole, the combat revolves around exploiting weaknesses and then interrogating whatever enemy you come across. Either make him an ally, get some stuff from him, like an item or money, or kill the entire group with an all-out attack. That's sort of how the combat plays out. And you can get hit by weaknesses as well. Like, on top of buffs and debuffs, that's the main...
Ooh, I haven't been here yet.
Ooh, Aerodome. I think this was my first one? My first... map?
Okay, I don't get this. The little spawn thing for the Germans is all the way over there, yet we... What is with this game and its stupid spawns?
Game's broken.
Because I mean, we're just not anywhere near where it said that the spawn was.
I mean, that is weird now that you mention it. But there are some spawning over by F, and...
So I mean, if you want to have two spawn points that way, everyone has an equal chance to go grab the flags, then that makes sense. But then have the two different circles on there. 'Cause there's other maps that have multiple main spawn points. So why was there only the one?
I have no
Hey,
idea.
Cookie, leave the cat alone.
Oh boy! Oh boy!
Yeah, all of the fighting is going to be done in the Aerodome, so be ready.
Yep.
Or Aerodrome. It's British, I think.
We have lost our first soldier.
Oh, it was still counting down. I'm like, why isn't it letting me spawn? Oh, there's a right.
Okay, here, if you need to... Oh, you're dead.
Oh, boy. Somehow I'm not dead. Yet.
There you go. I mean, that wasn't me who revived you, but I placed down the cover.
Dude up on the walkway above us. Never mind, I got him.
Alright.
Come on, get up.
Oh, Prentice, one other thing I recommend for your Switch. Get Nintendo Switch Online. It's only like $20 a year. And it gets
You
you...
gotta pay to play online, that's dumb.
It's because
I mean, on the
Microsoft
Switch
did
of all
it, and then... It's because Microsoft did it, then Sony did it, so they were like, okay, why not? Let's just do it. But they'll give you, what it does is it gives you, like, a catalog of old NES and SNES games. So you can see, like, the original Mario Brothers and some other games that they were able to license out. If you're interested in a crash course in Nintendo history up to 97, I'd give it a shot. Being shot at.
Where's that spawning flare?
She's dead.
Ah, I'm stuck. There we
I'm
go.
surprised that whole tower didn't come down.
I do miss the modern setting for Battlefield. It's weird. I look back at Battlefield 4 and I'm like, I miss the crowded city streets.
Yeah, that's really the thing for me is I like all that urban combat and well yeah I mean there's urban combat in World War One and World War Two,
But
there's the cities are bombed to heck by the time you get there, so all the maps are all shot up already.
Nah, there's one that's pretty good. It's in the strategic or the tactical. I don't know. Conquest
What are we in right now,
Small.
Loka? You're the party leader.
Conquest Miniature. And there's Operation Metro, which is a nice small map. There's
I wouldn't call Metro small.
Miniature.
Oh, right. 'Cause it's yeah, okay.
Terrible. So, look, if someone made you like a birthday cake and it's the layout of Battlefield 3 Metro, how would you feel? Just curious.
I would probably get a lot of PTSD.
It's just a mini map.
Yeah, that would be enough for the PTSD.
It's just a mini map and icing.
Wait, I'm a field medic. I can run faster. Although I'm probably gonna... Yeah. Do it. Also, what... complete attention. What were you saying about something me being party leader?
What are we in right now? Are we in Conquest?
Yeah.
Strategic Conquest or
we're in,
tactical Conquest?
We're in strategic.
We're in
I.e. the
okay.
big one.
Dude, I've been playing this game for a few months and I still can't tell the difference.
I've been playing this game since launch. I can't tell the difference.
Yeah.
Okay.
We had the discussion last week when we played off stream, but it was.
They got a tank
we were
coming in.
Is it because like one is for the more of the smaller, more linear maps of Conquest, but then it's like, well, hold on, okay, well, looking at the playlist here, that maybe would make sense based on the maps here, but well, hold on, no, here's Panzerstorm. That's like the biggest map in the game. So what's going on here? And then the opposite is true. It's like, well, these maps are kind of larger. Well, but then here's Metro, and that's that's a very small. It's in terms of feet, and in terms of the size of the map, it's big, but it's all closed spaces. So if this is supposed to be the vehicle-based playlist, then why is there an infantry-only map on here? That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, and it's so frustrating that it used to be just one Conquest playlist. And it was fine.
Yeah.
It was just all the maps.
Did it used to be that way in this game? Or
no, in Battlefield. It's always been like this in 5.
Right, okay, yeah, that's what I was asking for the clarification on.
Yeah. It was only with the summer update they did this weird distinction.
So where would you rank the Battlefield games that we've played so far?
Of the ones we played on stream, because I think have we all played 3 and we just haven't done it on stream.
I have not played 3.
You have not played 3, okay.
No, it's on the Xbox Game Pass, so I might get around to it.
Yeah, it's super fun. It's just my biggest problem with Battlefield 3 is it's blue.
It's blue.
Yep.
I hear that a lot.
Yeah, the whole thing is just blue. I mean, you want to be playing that song at the beginning of Iron Man 3. It's like, I'm blue, ba-da-dee, just play that while playing Battlefield 3. It's very fitting.
I'm pretty sure someone's already made that joke.
Oh, what?
So
There's a guy with like a glare or something.
So just talking about the ones that we've played on stream.
Yes, because I have. There's still so many I've yet to play.
Yeah, and because I've never touched any of the Bad Company games.
Gotta say,
So,
other the rounds we've played, very tough.
I don't think it's that tough for me. I think it's 4.
Okay, Hardline 1. Hardline 5-1?
5-1. 1's last.
I figured that much. It was debating where you put Hardline in 4.
Yeah, no, Hardline is second place because it's a fun game, but it's not a traditional Battlefield game. That because it is very different. Conquest just really isn't that great in the game, but then at the same time it still does a lot of things better than 1 and 5 do. So,
like personality.
I think vehicle controls.
Oh yes, absolutely.
Honestly. And again, yeah, it does have a lot of personality. I'm having a lot of fun here, but it kind of visually this is just kind of another World War II game, right? Where the Hardline, there's very few games that look like Battlefield Hardline with all the cops and robbers stuff. I mean, I guess Payday, but
not really. Which that would be a fun one to go through with one other guy. Like I don't know who, but that would be an amazing game to play. Oh yeah, fun little thing. Since it reminded me for some reason, Red Dead Redemption got its online mode separated from the base game. Like you can play Red Dead Online without having to pay the base game.
Can't you do that with GTA as well?
Not that I know of.
Oh, that's right. I guess you do have to have
I don't think GTA is
They will for a next entry whenever that is. I'm sure they'll be like 10 years down the road because they found a consistent way to monetize GTA 5 without it getting super stale.
Yep.
Which honestly,
I've been getting the most recent GTA online
casino
update
heist
as a YouTube ad for the last week and a half, and it's annoying.
Although
I'd rather the GTA heist trailer over the stupid DuckDuckGo commercial on YouTube.
I've not gotten that.
It's stupid. It's this guy trying to get off the grid, and DuckDuckGo's going, "Oh, we've got a VPN. You don't have to worry about people stealing your information." Blah blah blah. And so, but this guy doesn't know about the service, so he's trying to get into service. So he's trying to get off the grid, and he's being chased by a bear in the woods. And it is the worst looking fake puppet bear I have ever seen. It might as well be the bear from the Muppets. That it's so bad. It's not convincing in the slightest.
So, how do you feel about Puppy Monkey Baby then?
Oh no!
Not
that horror.
No!
No! We do not talk about Puppy Monkey Baby. That's almost a shut down the stream. We're done.
Yes.
I remember. I was watching the stream one time, and I remember asking you because for some reason in my mind I remember you hated that commercial. So
it's awful. It's awful. I hate it. That's one of those where it's like I don't condone murder, but if the people that came up with that commercial suddenly happen to not be alive anymore, I don't think there would be anything wrong with that. I say totally in jest. I don't actually mean that, but it's bad. It's an awful commercial. They should the people that made that commercial should probably find other work elsewhere because they're not cut out for advertising. It's just awful.
Either that or it was a Super Bowl ad too. So think about the money they're probably paid.
Yep.
To not only show that ad, but to pay their advertising team. If you specifically called it a Super Bowl ad.
Yep.
The one I hate, though, is Baby Nut.
Oh, the Planters Peanut guy. Yeah,
yes.
That stuff's dumb.
That night, my Discord server put out an emote for no reason. It was the Baby Nut in a nutcracker. Like, as soon as we saw that commercial, we wanted to burn an effigy of him. But we realized none of us knew how to make an effigy, so the closest we could do was either A, put a peanut in a fireplace, or B, make an emote.
Well, with the color scheme and the little hat and cane that he has, I just half expect to see Bill Cipher instead of the peanut.
You know, now that you say Cypher, I think of Metal Gear Solid, or was that Zero? The man.
Okay,
Who was the man who sold the? Who was the man who sold the world? Who's the guy who sold the world? It's been so long since I played 5.
Oh, that's a tank.
And it just occurred to me that I didn't have the kill feed on until now, and I meant to do that before the stream.
Oops.
Well, it's fixed
now.
now. Now I can tell when people actually die.
Here, give you a little cover.
Stupid wood.
Oh, come on.
Can't see a thing. There we go. Oh boy.
Yeah, I would love to if it goes free on PS Plus, Payday 2 for a game night. I don't know.
Why do I get the feeling that's already been free with PS Plus?
Yeah, that sounds familiar. But I feel like that was offered like back in the PS3 days. It's been that long.
It's not the updated edition.
Oh.
Because like there's so many new heists that they added to the game, it's ridiculous. Like somewhere in the 20s, and some even go back to like with John Wick. You can play as like John Wick in the game. Yeah, the Fortnite guy.
All right, Prentice, where are you? I'm gonna hunt you down for saying that. Man, if only we were playing on a server that allowed team killing.
If we were playing Rainbow Six right now, I fully expect that just a shotgun in the face.
Oh.
And I'm not sure who would have gotten credited for the kill because we would have been so close to each other that it would have been everyone at once.
Everyone just fires simultaneously.
Yeah, I'll help too. I do want to check out John Wick. I hear it's pretty good.
There is a new definition for the term team kill. When the entire team executes one of their team members, but the game doesn't even know who to credit.
Okay, so did you guys ever see John Wick Hex?
That's the game that came out around time the movie did, right?
Yeah. They need to do a different John Wick game. Like, I don't know what you would do. Like,
Come here, Loka. I know you just got your legs blown off, but you're fine. You can get up.
I just need a pat on the back.
Let me stab you in the arm.
Oh boy. Yeah, let's fall back.
Oh, dude, look at this. Look at this score.
Wow.
Yeah, we're definitely winning right now. Oh, dude with a Lewis gun.
Lewis isn't even here.
Yeah.
I was just about to say, not to be confused with Lewis the person.
Well, not to be, yeah, and then we've got these Sherman tanks running around.
Oh, come on. There we go. Don't fall off.
See one of those, and I instinctively want to say P. Sherman, Wallaby Way Street, Sydney, Australia.
Have you laid down a barrage yet?
Nope.
On B, like a.
I died before I could hit.
Yay! I killed the tank with my dynamite.
Nice.
Okay, so one of the things I don't like about Battlefield 1 that they took away, why doesn't the sniper have any dynamite or claymores or C4?
Some sort of explosive. Well,
yeah.
I mean that's been one of the complaints I've had with the one in this game is that the That
Wait, when did I
it's taken
call
away
it
from the
that?
sandbox because the classes are more restricted now.
I can understand the medic not getting it, but why doesn't the support get, or the sniper get it? Because that's how it's been for, actually, ever since, I remember it in 1943, you could get for the, crap, for the specialist, he was given sticky dynamite.
Alright, artillery on B.
Alright.
Time to watch the kill feed.
It's probably gonna be nothing. There we go. 1 kill.
So what do you guys remember
kills.
anything from the early 2000s, like on the internet?
No.
It
Definitely
depends
not
on
from
how
the
early we're
internet.
talking.
Let's call it any of the 2000s.
That's you realize how vague that is, right?
Oh, I would say 10.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry.
It's like we're in the 2000s right now. You realize that's
Why-
like a 20-year span, correct?
From the launch of the PS2 to the year after Uncharted 2 came out. How's that?
That's maybe a little too specific now, because some people aren't going to know what you're talking about. But 2000 to 2010, got it.
Do we want to bounce out and see if we can get like Operation Metro or something?
Well, my dinner's about ready, so this probably need to be done.
Oh, hey, we did the entire rotation.
Oh, so see that's perfect. We did the entire map rotation.
So maybe next time we do the tactical playlist only.
Welcome to our 2-part stream. I mean, it's better than doing that 6 hours of Modern Warfare to grind out for.
Oh yeah,
I have not played the game since.
me neither.
Long play sessions kill interest for me.
So since we are wrapping up the stream, and we did just mention Warzone, and that we haven't played it, well, that's gonna change because next week is the first season
Black Ops integration.
Yeah, the first season of post-launch content for Black Ops Cold War, and with
How
it
is
comes
that?
Still don't really know.
yeah, we
I'm super interested because I'm sort of worried. I'm worried that we're going to turn it on. It's going to be they've ruined everything. I don't like this anymore. But because it's supposedly it's still going to use the Modern Warfare 2019 engine. So I'm kind of almost worried that all the Modern Warfare people are going to go, oh, this is fun. But then all the people that don't like Modern Warfare and prefer Cold War, they're going to go, well, this is awful. It's just Modern Warfare with a Black Ops skin. And so I don't know. I don't think anyone's actually. I don't even think that devs know how it's going to work until the day it happens, because then they're going to get community feedback and they're going to tweak things accordingly. So I don't know. All their plans that they have, they may have to throw out the window because of how things may or may not work.
Yeah, I've been trying to watch videos and read those articles, and I don't like. I feel like I come out with more questions than I did coming in. So that's what we're gonna do for next weekend. So that will probably be.
I think we know
interesting.
now.
Yeah,
I think we know
sort of.
now that at least we are getting a second map. It's not going to be replacing Verdansk. It's going to be 2 maps, I think. They have that, and that's the thing. I wish they would just say that on top of Verdansk, here you will have a second map. But they haven't said. They just said, hey, you're getting a new map, and then we saw the new map shown off. But I just kind of have to assume that it's good that. And also, there's also supposedly going to be some sort of new type of gulag system.
Yeah.
Where it's not going to be what we've known, so that also makes me think it's like, well, so I mean, is that going to be the way Gulag is going to work moving forward on both maps, or maybe you have a different Gulag for different maps, which actually would be kind of cool because it would kind of add some, it would add some variety. to respawning. So I don't know. We're just gonna have to find out.
Yep.
Ow, my head. That's so confusing. Honestly,
Well,
I don't
this
have
is
this.
what happens when your games in the same franchise are made on 2 different engines.
Yep.
Ugh. Honestly, I don't want to clear up the space. I don't care enough. Like, I wouldn't mind. Like, what's it going to do to the file size? That's my question.
That's another good question. We don't
Yep.
know.
Will anyone
just
have
don't know.
enough without it taking up half, without taking up half of my storage space?
I don't know. I mean, because here's the thing is, in order to play this, are you really going to have to sort of kind of have 2 Call of Duty games installed at the same time? Because there's the Modern Warfare content that's in Warzone, and then now there's the Black Ops Cold War content that's being added to Warzone. How much are us Modern Warfare people that don't have Cold War, how much are we going to be required to install? And what about the people that have all 3?
All 3.
That's a very good question, actually.
Because now, would the people that have all 3 actually be required to download less? Would they essentially just get the new map because the assets for the new weapons and stuff are already there? But well, hold on, no, they wouldn't be, because they're not, because the new weapons, because the new weapons that are going to be in Warzone are not going to be the exact same weapons that are in Cold War, because Cold War is running in a different engine. So this whole thing is super duper complicated. It's stupidly complicated. So it's like, so I guess the people that would have all 3 would actually be required to download even more than people that don't own one of the games, because they're essentially downloading duplicates from
My
the
head's
update
going to explode.
Because like, say for the whatever they call it, the commando assault rifle or whatever in Cold War, you have that in the Cold War engine, and now you're also getting that in Warzone, but you have to download the Infinity Ward engine version of that weapon, which I guess Infinity Ward is making, or Treyarch is making in the Infinity Ward engine to port over. I don't know. This whole thing is stupid complicated. They should have delayed the game a year, because then they could have been working with Infinity Ward's new engine, then we wouldn't have this. But Activision, they don't delay their games, so
Yeah. As
Where's the
confusing
nearest window I can logically jump out of?
as confusing as it all sounds, maybe, hopefully, we'll actually have a better idea next week when we can actually play the game and see what has actually happened. So yeah, that's what happened. That's what will happen next weekend, along with the grand finale. Well, it's not really a grand finale, but it's a finale of this party mode trilogy I've been doing for the Modern Warfare videos. So that's gonna be some fun stuff. And beyond that, I have absolutely no idea if there's any other things gonna happen, because it's, well, Christmas and all that. But anyway, that's all for today, and I have been joined by Prentice1215.
I'm tired from just thinking about Warzone. It's like, ugh.
And Daxter Corp.
Oh. Oh.
I think we killed him.
No, you haven't.
Man, I can't believe that.
Just show me the new operator for Siege, and then you can kill me. that will do me in. I'm sorry, but Robot Arm has officially driven me insane. The game doesn't make any sense anymore.
I also love that it's straight up the robot arm from Metal Gear Solid 5. I mean,
Yeah,
they made no attempt. It's Steven Red. I mean,
yeah, it's either that or it's the wife arm from Bionic Commando America Edition. Like, my head hurts. I'm going to play something less confusing. Like Metal Gear Solid 4. Because that's the most sense-making game out of all of them, clearly.
don't forget to rate, comment, subscribe, all that great stuff. You can also follow me on Twitter at LokaCola. A link is probably in the description down below. And until next time, fare thee well, or something that doesn't make my brain explode.